He's a member of Congress. He's facing off against the powerhouse Florida Republican incumbent, Ron DeSantis. And so this will be an interesting race. All right, let's look at the Senate breakdown as well with Democrat Val Demings. All right, about 22% reporting. You can see there 49% Demings to 50% for Rubio, the Republican incumbent. So a little more reporting there on the Senate side in Florida. Remember, polls just closed in Florida about 15 minutes ago. In the meantime, let's check in with one of our other reporters. Let's go back to Wisconsin. We're being joined by Fox 6 Milwaukee reporter Aaron Mabin. Aaron Mabin is following the Democratic Senate candidate, Mandela Barnes. Aaron, good to see you. How are things looking there at that election night watch party? What's in store tonight?
You know, Andrew, both candidates know that this race has the potential to be razor thin. We have Democratic Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes versus Republican Senator Ron Johnson, the incumbent in this state. Right now, we're at the Mandela Barnes watch party. This is called the Turner Hall Ballroom. The stage is already set here. We have media from around the country. A little perspective, this is typically the place where concerts happen, other performances. But tonight, this is where a couple hundred supporters of Mandela Barnes will be watching this race. So that will be the show tonight. They believe that he has what it takes to unseat incumbent Republican Ron Johnson, who's going for his third term. Mandela Barnes voted in October, so he did some early voting. So today's game plan was to start early and really fire up voters. So he started at 6 o'clock this morning. He went to an event and he went to other events as well. 3 before noon talking to canvassers, and then he went to coffee shops. He went to the place where he launched his campaign. His goal again is to just fire up voters and get people to the polls, get them calling people, and get them to the polls as well, because he knows that every single race matters. He's in his mid-30s, but he's been in Wisconsin politics since he was about 25 years old. And Andy, he says that he's always been the underdog, and that's going to be the situation here. He knows it's going to be an uphill battle, and he wants to make sure that he leaves no stone unturned and that he talks to as many voters as possible. Andy?
Okay, Aaron, obviously it's still early there in Wisconsin, and you had kind of walked us through Lieutenant Governor Mandela Barnes, political history, his rise to this role right now. What is, his campaign saying? What are some sources there saying about, when they can expect final results in Wisconsin, and if they're confident they can get this Democratic pickup there in the Senate?
Well, kind of 2 parts to that. The first part is when could the votes come in? We know from the Wisconsin Election Commission here in Milwaukee County that absentee ballots could be counted, into 11 o'clock midnight. And because early voting is possible here, it's possible they are going to be going through thousands of ballots really late into the night. So that exact voter turnout or that ballot turnout, we don't know when we'll get that. But the campaign is hoping that they'll have a victory speech tonight at some point, but the timing is a little bit tricky. As for Mandela Barnes' background and what he's been saying to voters, he really leans on who he is. He's from Milwaukee. He's an only child. His mother was a school teacher. His father was a union worker, and his goal has been to really connect with middle-class voters, talking to them about rebuilding the middle class. And he's going up against Ron Johnson, who he says has extremely wealthy donors and only caters to the wealthy because he's wealthy. He made a lot of wealth in the plastics industry too, so their stances are very different, and he really leans into his background and being a Milwaukee Public School graduate as he talks to voters.
All right, Fox 6's Aaron Mabin there, live for us in Wisconsin. Aaron, we appreciate your reporting. We'll definitely be checking in a little bit later on tonight. Aaron, thanks so much.
All right, thanks, Andrew.
Okay, we're going to get to Wisconsin in just a moment. Again, we spoke with Fox 6 Milwaukee reporter Jason Calvi about what these races mean and what some of the issues are in Wisconsin. But let's get to some of these race calls. Fox News Decision Desk is calling some of these races. We do have one in Kentucky that we want to go to right now. Before we do that, take a look at just some of these polling locations. Still, people voting. I know in states across the country, they can still do that. Remember, polls have not closed in a majority of states in the country here. Take a look at some of these LiveNOW looks at polling locations across the country, Americans exercising their right to vote. In the meantime, like I said, we do have some race calls that we want to bring to you right here. Let's put up some of these graphics. You can see, speaking of Kentucky, the race has now been called for incumbent Senator Rand Paul against his Democratic opponent, Charles Booker, the Democrat. So you can see there 54 to 47% there, Booker against Paul. So Rand Paul will win another 6-year term to the Senate representing Kentucky. We also have some other race calls according to the Fox News decision desk as well. Before we get to those, we got more numbers in Florida. Take a look at some of these for the Florida Senate race. Val Demings trailing Republican Marco Rubio with 36% reporting, 48% for Demings, 51% for Marco Rubio. And then, of course, we got more results in for the Florida governor's race, about 37% reporting. Charlie Crist there, 47% to Ron DeSantis's 52%. So that race, both of those races could be called very, very soon here, and we'll bring those to you here on LiveNOW from Fox. In the meantime, let's go to some of these other states where races have been called, including in South Carolina. We are learning that Republican Senator Tim Scott will win another 6-year term to the Senate representing South Carolina. We've also are learning, according to the Fox News decision desk, that the South Carolina Republican governor, Henry McMaster, will win yet another 4-year term, leading the Palmetto State there. Also, we're getting more results in from Indiana. Remember, we brought you some of those results from Indiana. I think we have the graphic for that. But the Senate race there between Republican incumbent Todd Young and his opponent, Democrat Tom McDermott, where we're learning that Todd Young will win a second term to the U.S. Senate, another 6-year term there for Todd Young in Indiana. And then something that's also really, really interesting, we have one more race we're going to give you that the Fox News decision desk has called. That is out of Vermont. And so Democrat Peter Welch has won the Senate contest there in Vermont. Now, why is that so significant? Because the incumbent that chose not to seek re-election, Senator Pat Leahy, the longtime Democrat, one of the longest-serving members of the Senate, that is his seat. So now we are learning that Peter Welch, he's a Democrat who serves in the House already as a member of Congress from Vermont. He will now become Vermont's next senator. So the new senior senator of Vermont, of course, is Senator Bernie Sanders, now to Peter Welch's junior there in Vermont. So interesting stuff happening in Vermont. We wanted to bring you some of these race calls here. Like I said, let's go back to Wisconsin. We spoke with Fox 6 Milwaukee reporter Jason Calvi, who's been with us throughout the whole cycle, talking about a lot of these races and a lot of the issues that matter specifically to Wisconsin voters. Let's show you that. We're going to be focusing on yet another key state. That, of course, is Wisconsin. A lot of major races there that we want to focus on right now with Fox 6 Milwaukee's Jason Calvi joining us now. Jason, thanks so much for being with us. You know, let's talk about one of the main races in this state, and that, of course, is the governor's race between current Governor Tony Evers, the Democrat, and his Republican challenger, Tim Michels. For our viewers who don't know, who is Tim Michels?
So Tim Michels is a co-owner of a business here in Wisconsin, a large construction company. They do a lot of the roads. So when you're driving and you're seeing all these construction sites across Wisconsin, you're seeing the Michels logo on the various equipment that is building a lot of the roads here in Wisconsin, a huge corporation. And so he's a businessman. He did run previously for the United States Senate and lost. But now he's running for governor, as running on that platform, the Republican platform. You know, he's bringing up issues like crime and inflation. He says as a business leader, he's going to be able to help recharge the state economy. You know, when we're looking at what are the most important issues for independent voters here in Wisconsin, right now they're saying the number one issue for them is inflation. We just got the latest Marquette Law School poll yesterday, which is sort of our gold standard poll of Wisconsin voters, and that came out just yesterday, just last week, I should say. And what it found was that inflation was the #1 issue for these independent voters. And that's one issue that Tim Michels is hammering on the campaign trail here in Wisconsin.
Jason, has the race between Evers and Michels been particularly, nasty in the last couple of days? We've seen former President Barack Obama come out for Evers, come out for Mandela Barnes, but have they been going back and forth? What's the rhetoric like in this race?
Well, one of the things I can tell you is that this state is really one of the key states for campaign ads. So we're being bombarded. People across the state are being bombarded on all of their screens, on TV, on their phones. They're being hit with campaign ads all day long. Tens of millions of dollars being pumped into to these battles. And yeah, the ads are attacking the other candidates, calling them radical, extreme. Whether you're Republican or Democrat, the other side is too extreme for the state, is what the ads are showing. So yeah, the attacks have intensified. Again, I mentioned that Marquette Law School poll that came out late last week, and it did show that this race was a tie in the poll. Both of the candidates, Tim Michels and Tony Evers, getting 48%. And that's exactly what we saw back in 2018 when Tony Evers faced off against former Governor Scott Walker. That final poll before Election Day showed them also in a tie. And Tony Evers went on to win by 1.1%, just a little bit less than 30,000 votes advantage for Tony Evers against Scott Walker in 2018. What will happen this time? Again, it is a toss-up, and the polls are showing that this really is a neck-and-neck race here in Wisconsin.
Wow, Wisconsin is just so close in many of these previous elections, this election, no doubt. And so it remains to be a very interesting state in that respect, where, voters there just don't know how some of these races are going to pan out. Let's transition into the major Senate race that's going on between Republican Ron Johnson against his Democratic challenger, Mandela Barnes. Who is Mandela Barnes? He's very young. And what's his chances against someone like Ron Johnson, a Republican juggernaut there in the state?
Right. So Mandela Barnes is currently the lieutenant governor. He was a running mate with Tony Evers back in 2018 when they beat Scott Walker. And so he right now is currently serving as lieutenant governor. Now, the state constitution doesn't give many roles for that elected position of lieutenant governor. What it says is that person, just like the vice president of the United States, is to step in and become. So if there was a vacancy, if the governor was impeached or resigned or died, then the lieutenant governor takes the position, becoming the governor of the state of Wisconsin. So that's the one key constitutional role for the lieutenant governor. Now, what we see with lieutenant governors in the last few decades is what they'll do is they'll take on particular issues that are important to them. Mandela Barnes is running on calling for change and saying that it's time to elect somebody from his background. He touts his family background and his parents, working class parents and grandparents, and touts what that means in the American dream, and says that it's time to elect somebody from that background to represent them in the United States Senate. Now, this is one of the key races that's going to decide control of the United States Senate. When you see that chamber split, this race here in Wisconsin was always seen as one of the closest watched races in the country. We've seen some the poll numbers suggesting that Senator Ron Johnson was ahead. Now, the most recent Marquette poll that came out again last week showed that Johnson was ahead in that race, 50% to Mandela Barnes, 48%. Now, that is a tightening in this Marquette poll. Again, our gold standard poll in Wisconsin. Previously, Johnson was up by about 6 points. So in the last month's poll, so we've seen that race tightening in the polls. And really, polls don't vote, people vote. Right. It's going to all come down to what happens today as people cast their ballots. Polls are open today until 7 o'clock. We're going to be watching until 8 o'clock, I should say. We're going to be watching these polls. They open at 7 this morning, and they're going to be closing at 8. And we'll see. It's going to take some time for all these ballots to be counted here in Milwaukee and across the state of Wisconsin.
Yeah, Jason, let's talk about the ballot counting process. What are the state laws on the books? Can they start counting early and absentee ballots early, or do they have to wait until election night's over?
Right. So the absentee ballots cannot be counted until polls opened this morning at 7 a.m. That's when these absentee ballots can start to be processed. And you know, it takes some time to process them, because what happens? You have to open up each of the envelopes, and on the envelope is signatures. There's going to be the voter signature as well as the witness and the witness address. And these are issues that have been in court because in the past, clerks in the state of Wisconsin have been able to fill in some of the witness address information that might be missing. So sometimes a witness may not put in their full address or their state. They might not put WI, or there might be something missing. And in the past, clerks have gone in and corrected those missing elements from the witness address. They'd be able to find out using public documents or city records to find out exactly where that person lived, and then fill in that missing information on the envelope. But that's no longer allowed. This is something that came down in the Wisconsin courts. A lot of these issues have been hashed out in courts here in Wisconsin, including issues like drop boxes, for example, as well, where we saw the state Supreme Court ruling that drop boxes are not allowed. So they were used in the 2020 election, but they're not being used right now on today's election. All of these things have to be delivered in person to either the clerk's office or in some municipalities to your polling place. Other places have central count, like here in Milwaukee, they have a central count location where they're going to be processing all those ballots today. Again, they can't start opening them up until the polls opened at 7 this morning. Okay. But in some states, you can't start opening them up until the polls close. That's not the case in Wisconsin. But I know there's been movement in the past to start allowing these to be processed before Election Day, because it does take so much time, as I mentioned, that long process to open these up and to verify what's going on with those ballots before they can start actually putting them through the tabulating machines, the voting machines, the counting machines. So all that's taking place right now as we speak in central count locations here in Milwaukee and polling places across the state.
Jason, this is a good segue too into really the issue of election integrity. Wisconsin was one of these focal points post 2020 about, you know, some of these conspiracy theories that were out and about there about the election administration in the state. We know President Biden won the state by about 20,000 votes in 2020, but it's going to be very, very, very close this time around with the governor's race, with the Senate race. What are some of the officials, I don't know, telling voters about whether or not they can have confidence in the system there in Wisconsin?
So one of the things that's going on, we're seeing both sides in Wisconsin, both from conservative and from the progressive side, sending observers to polling places. So we're going to see this time around probably a lot more people there watching this process take place. And I heard from some clerks before Election Day, and what they said was in the past, these election observers were really wanting to know, you know, what was going on. They'd ask helpful questions to get to what was going on here. A lot of them didn't have that background with election procedures, and a lot of times the election officials, the judges, election inspectors would give them information about what was happening and all the whole process for securing the vote here. What the clerks want to remind people on is the whole process. You know, in Wisconsin, you have to show your a license, there's a photo ID law before you can vote. You show your license or passport or some other photo ID to the election inspectors, and then they check you in. There's actually 2 of them that will check you in the poll books, and so it starts from there, and it goes all the way through the whole process. There's going to be after these ballots are counted today. There'll be a whole certification process. There'll be canvassing, both at the city level, then at the county level, and then at the state level, where they double check the math and make sure that all the signatures in the poll book match how many ballots were cast on Election Day, on today. So that's all that's going to be taking place in the days to come here in Wisconsin as these ballots are counted today. And then from there, after that certification process, there's also going to be a random audit. So what we have here is we have various brands of voting machines are used in various counties across the state. And what they're going to do is they're randomly going to select voting precincts. They're going to randomly select those precincts, and they're going to go ahead and pull those ballots, and they're going to hand recount to make sure that the paper ballots, because again, all of the ballots that are cast here in Wisconsin are going to have they're paper ballots, and so they're going to go do a hand recount of those randomly selected precincts to make sure that the paper ballots match what the computer counted on election night. So that's just one more level of security here in Wisconsin to make sure that everything is secure as people are still casting their ballots today.
Yeah, Jason, just last question for you, because you've been following this all cycle. What are you looking forward to? What will you be watching for tonight as some of these results come in? No doubt you have some of these particulars that you're keeping an eye on.
Well, one of the things I'm looking at is really turnout. We saw record turnout in 2018. Midterm elections tend to have smaller, not as much turnout as presidential years, as you see. And of course, midterm election 2018 did not nearly reach where we were in presidential levels, but we have seen some various decreases in voting. So, for example, in Milwaukee County, when you look at Milwaukee County from 2012, when President Obama was on the ballot, to 2016, when Hillary Clinton was on the ballot for the Democrats, we saw about 50,000 fewer people vote in Milwaukee County that year. Now, it's a presidential year. It's hard to compare that with a midterm election, but we're going to look and see how turnout is in Milwaukee. We're also going to be watching Waukesha County. Waukesha County is a strong Republican county, but we've seen over years their numbers starting to shrink a little bit. Back in 2014, when Scott Walker was on the ballot running for governor, he got 72% of Waukesha County. Compare that then when he was on the ballot again in 2018 and he lost. He only got 66%. So you can see how the numbers have shrunk in a dominant, a crucial Republican county like Waukesha County. Those are all those key places that we're going to be watching tonight to see exactly what happens and kind of get maybe a preview and a test case for how the whole rest of the state's going to go. If we see voter turnout high in Milwaukee compared to that with 2018, and if we see Waukesha County strong numbers for the Republicans, then those can give us some insights into exactly how this is going to play out tonight. But again, it's going to be a long night because, as we mentioned, those absentee ballots have to be open. They have to be inspected by inspectors 2 at a time. And then they'll be going through the voting machine. So that's all going to take time. And so don't expect that we're going to have the results right as the polls close at 8 tonight.
All right. Well, the nations will be looking at Wisconsin, of course. A lot of these, balance of power questions could hinge on Wisconsin there. Jason Calvi there in Milwaukee. We appreciate your time, and we'll talk again.
Thanks so much, Andrew.
All right, we thank Jason there and his reporting. He's been really instrumental as we've broken down so many of these key races in Wisconsin specifically. We just spoke to Sam Kramer. We just spoke to Aaron Maben. They were at some of these watch parties for the Senate candidates, Ron Johnson, the Republican, and Mandela Barnes, the Democrat. In the meantime, let's throw up this really fancy graphic, the balance of power. You can see there from the Fox News Decision Desk, and the balance of power for the House and for the Senate. So you can see there what Republicans need to take back their majorities and what Democrats need to do to keep their majorities. Of course, things are very early right now, and we just want to get to some of these updates on other states. Polls have now closed, 3 of which are really crucial Senate races. So polls have closed about 10 minutes ago in states like North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia. So North Carolina, remember, we're watching that Senate race there between Ted Budd, the Republican, and Sherry Beasley, the Democrat. Ohio, of course, we're going to be getting results in very soon here, early ones, and we're watching that Senate race there between Republican J.D. Vance and the Democrat Tim Ryan. We have 2 LiveNOW looks up at the moment in Georgia. Take a look at some of these pictures inside some of these watch parties. Okay, there is Reverend Raphael Warnock's watch party in Georgia. This is a live picture. We also have Herschel Walker's election night watch party happening in Georgia as well. Let's go to some of the early results we have in. I'm going to put up this graphic here. Take a look at this. All right, Georgia Senate race. We got about 14% reporting right now. Raphael Warnock, 60% to Herschel Walker's 39%. So I know it's very early still, about 14%. Just reporting. Remember, each candidate, or at least one of the candidates, needs to reach that 50% threshold or above to avoid a runoff. Now, you'll remember that did not happen back in 2020. And both of the Senate contests then went to the runoffs there, leading to Raphael Warnock's, Senate position. He has not been in the Senate for a full 6-year term, only 2 years. Herschel Walker, of course, has never been in elected office. And so this could be the first time, if he wins, that he would be serving elected office there in the Senate. Of course, so many Georgians know him as a very, very famous collegiate football star at the University of Georgia way back when. So in the meantime, let's just listen in to some of the speakers here at the Herschel Walker election night watch party before we bring you some more results, some more early results, and some breaking news out of key places like in Maricopa County.
What are we doing? It is a good night in Georgia, right? That's right. Listen, before I get too carried away, a lot of you know politics, it takes a toll on a lot of things. And I want to acknowledge my family. I got my wife here somewhere. I got my 2 kids. My daughter came back from Alabama with her future husband, and my son from Riverside. And I just want to let them know I appreciate you being here, because the sacrifice the candidates have, not only us, but it's their families. So thank you for allowing me to do this. Listen, I came to Georgia in 1990, and I was young. I started a company, and I was traveling through, spent the night here. It was snowing in Colorado, and I thought, what the heck, you know, we'll spend a few nights. And then its temperature started dropping, and it got to 40 below, and I said, you know, I'll just stay. And so at 25, I made Georgia my home. And I started some companies, and we did a lot of different things. But 10 years ago, I was talked in to get involved in politics. And see, I wasn't from Bartow County. I lived there, but you know what I'm talking about. If you're not from there, you're not from there. But there's a couple of people out there right now that took a chance, and they said, even though you're the underdog, we want to believe in you. And so John Morosco, John Clayton, Boyd Pettit, and Thomas Hammond, if you're out there, man, I appreciate what you did when you invested in me to get us here. I have been accused of a lot of things, including being a bulldog, but I think the Bulldogs shined pretty bright last Saturday, didn't they? We decided the only way to fix this agency was to get involved. And we had to run, and we had to run hard. And I'm not going to use the word I normally use because I said it's not appropriate. So we started hammering away. And my team did what no one else has done. 204,000 miles in a truck. Hannah and Cindy and Sam and Lewis and Wesley and Mallory and myself went to communities all over the state to make sure they had a voice into the Department of Labor. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to tell you, those outside right now are begging for leadership. And it's time for us to bring leadership, and it's not coming from the Dems. So tonight, from top to bottom, we're going to see a sea of red wave, aren't we? Yeah. We're going to let the rest of the country know this is not a blue state or a purple state. It's red, right? It's red with Republicans. Let me close with this. Many of you have been volunteers on the campaign for not only me, but for Tyler, my good friend that's about to come up here. And we want to say thank you. Because you cannot run a campaign without volunteers putting signs up and sharing social media posts and just letting it out there. But tonight is a celebration. And we're going to not only celebrate us, but we're going to celebrate Herschel Walker taking down Raphael Warnock, right? Next up is my dear friend who's going to make a fantastic agriculture commissioner. I'm an entrepreneur, but as he's going to say, he's a farmer, and it takes a farmer. So come on up here, Tyler.
What's up, Georgia? Oh, come on. Y'all can do better than that. This is a big night, and we got to be excited because we're about to win, and we're going to send Raphael Warnock packing. We're going to send Stacey Abrams packing. We're going to send Nancy Pelosi home, and we're going to fire Chuck Schumer. Y'all ready to do that? That's a lot better. I don't know about y'all, but we're excited tonight, and I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to be part of this Republican ticket up and down the ballot that stands for what I like to call farm values. And as we've traveled the state, we've talked about farm values. And I tell people all the time, if we had farm values from the City Hall to the White House, we'd be a lot better off as a state, as a country, as a community. And I've put those farm values to work for the last 10 years in the state Senate, and I look forward to put them to work for you as your next agriculture commissioner. But you know, those of us that are on this ticket, we've traveled the state a lot. For a year and a half, we have campaigned, and many of you in this room have helped us do that. So I want to start out by saying thank you to all of you for the work that you've put in helping us get across the finish line tonight. Tonight is a big night. Tonight is a night for celebration. Tonight is a night for us to celebrate all of the work that we put in over the last year and a half to get to where we are today. And with your help, this little farm boy from South Georgia, a 7th-generation farmer, is going to go to work for you as your next ag commissioner. We're going to send Herschel Walker to the U.S. Senate. We're going to make sure Brian Kemp continues to be our governor. And we're going to send Democrats packing up and down the ticket. Y'all ready for that? Because I know I am. Well, as we've traveled the state, we've said a lot of things and we've done a lot of things. And as you know, agriculture is our #1 industry. And quite simply, agriculture is national security. And I don't think we talk about that enough. Because if we're not feeding and providing the fiber and the food for ourselves right here at home, we're less safe as a state, as a community, and as a country. And we've got to ensure that we're making that happen right here at home and protecting farm families and protecting agriculture and protecting our land here at home from foreign investment and ensuring that we're not relying on other places like China to provide that for us. And we're going to do that as your next ag commissioner and fighting every day to make that happen. So thank you for your support. Thank y'all for what you've done to help us get here. We're look forward to celebrating big wins tonight. And we're keeping plowing all the way to the end. And I appreciate y'all's support and glad to be with you tonight. As we say on the campaign, I do have one saying, and you might have heard it. Sometimes it takes a farmer. And sometimes it takes a farmer to solve the issues we're faced with. I'm that farmer, and I look forward to serving you as your next ag commissioner. But it also takes other people. And sometimes it takes attorneys, and we've got a great state attorney general in Chris Carr. Y'all help me welcome the Attorney General of the state of Georgia, Chris Carr, to the stage.
Good evening, Georgia Republicans. Tonight we win, tonight we take back, we keep these seats, and we're going to take the United States Senate because Herschel Walker is going to be our next United States Senator. I want to thank y'all. I want to thank y'all for letting me serve as the Attorney General for the past 6 years, and I'm feeling good. I feel good about our ticket, but tonight again, I know a little bit about the United States Senate, having served as Chief of Staff to Senator Johnny Isakson. But you know what? When I was 8 years old in 1980, I used to love to watch Herschel Walker take that handoff and go over the top and score a touchdown for the Dogs. There was nothing better. In fact, I'd like to put on my own jersey, and my dad's here. I'd take a football, I'd go over the couch until I got in trouble, and I spent a little time in my room because I went too many times over that couch. But tonight, Herschel Walker goes over the top to win back a U.S. Senate seat for the state of Georgia. And we've seen what the last 2 years will result with Democratic leadership and Democrats in charge of the Senate. We need Herschel Walker. Why? Because he will bring back fiscal sanity to the United States of America. He will stand up for the men and women in uniform, both here and abroad, that defend our nation. He will help us fix the border that is porous, that's got human traffickers coming through in fentanyl. He will do it, and he believes in the rule of law. We asked Herschel Walker to help us win a national championship in 1980. Tonight, he helps bring back the soul of our nation. We need Herschel in the U.S. Senate. On September the 6th, 1980, Herschel Walker ran right through Bill Bates. On November 8, 2022, he runs right through Raphael Warnock. I want y'all to welcome our next congressman from the 10th District, Mike Collins.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for having me here. You know, I'm excited and I'm proud. I'm happy to be here to help support Herschel and, you know, our entire Republican ticket. I also want to take just a few minutes to thank you. A lot of you have supported us and supported me out in Georgia's 10th District, and I'm proud to be your next congressman. I also want to take a few minutes because I've got a lot of people to thank that helped us get here. Of course, I want to start out by thanking God. Thank God for His grace and His mercy and this opportunity to represent Him in the role as a United States Congressman. Also, I don't see her out there. I can't see anybody, but want to thank my wife, Leanne, and our 3 grown kids. Y'all know how this is. It's like a roller coaster, up and down, and for them putting up with me. And also, I'd love to just take a minute and just thank my parents who instilled the values in me. We also had a great team of Brandon Phillips and Kevin Mason and Stephen Lawson. They were almost like our family. And I don't know if the chairman's here or not, Chairman Schaefer and James Cooper. I appreciate what, not all what you did for me, but what you've also done for this party and for the 10th District. We got a lot of people in Butts County that took over for me as I was the chairman of Butts County, Harleen Connor and Guy Cottrell and his wife Karen. But you know, it takes a lot of people to help us win an election. And we had a lot of great people in the 10th District to do that. Not just me, but helping out the entire Republican ticket. But I think most important we want to pay thank you to is the voters of the 10th District. I thank you for putting your trust and your faith in me to go to Washington to represent you and to fight for our values. Y'all, we've got big plans when we get to Washington, and I look forward to passing those bills and passing them on over to a great man like Herschel Walker in the Senate. He's not going to be just looking out for the people of Georgia, but he's going to look out for people all across this country. And I'm going to tell you something. You know, when you've got a president who's acting like a 3-year-old, standing up there licking an ice cream, and when he's saying this economy is strong as hell, folks, you ain't got to go past the first gas station to see that it could be no further from the truth than what he's saying. I think that's the major turning point in this election cycle. And that's why you're going to see the Republicans take the House, we're going to take the Senate, and we're going to fire Nancy Pelosi. As a matter of fact, I got a plan for her. She can go back to California, and you know those big conventional freezers she's got there in her home that she showed off that she packed with ice cream during the pandemic. Well, she can go back there and she can pack those things full of ice cream. As a matter of fact, she can buy one of those little cone dispensers to go with it. Because when we send her back to California, Joe Biden's going to be right behind her. They can both sit out there and they can rock and they can eat ice cream. Because I doubt Biden will even know he's not even in D.C. You know, there's another thing. I think that the icing on the cake came when President Bill Clinton was speaking just a few days ago, and he made that awful joke about Governor Hochul. When he acted like that her opponent just wanted her to stand at the subway with billy clubs and baseball bats and hand them out. I'm going to tell you something, crime's real. Why don't he try telling that joke and going and talking to the folks that are affected by that crime and had people that have been killed out there? I don't think it would be that funny. I think that is what pushed this over the edge, and I think that's why we're going to see not only a big red wave here in Georgia, but you're going to see a red wave across this country. Y'all, the American people are tired. They're tired of the Democrats and the Biden administration driving this country into the ground. You know, it's not an America Last, it's just out to destroy this place. So when we get there in January, we're going to take our America First agenda and put it back in place. Thank you. It's time we get back to energy independence by allowing our producers to drill here. We're going to fight the inflation by stopping the spending spree that's been going on up there. And we're going to pass a bill, if we're going to call it Inflation Reduction Act, by God, it's going to focus on reducing that debt and not be some crazy Democrat wasteful spending bill. Looking forward to securing our border, stopping these thugs from crossing our borders and dealing in drugs and human trafficking. We're going to fight back against crime by supporting our men and women in blue. And y'all, we're going to do all that, and we're going to get wokeness out of our school system, and we're going to allow our parents to have control again. And there's one other thing that I want to mention besides the legislation. Y'all, this time we have oversight in every committee we've got in the House. It's time that we peel back the layers, expose the corruption, and let the American people know exactly what's been going on in that place up there. You know, by the end of the night, you're going to see more America First fighters get elected and serve alongside me in Washington. We do that, y'all, we're going to take our country.
Okay, so you have been watching the election night watch party from some of the speakers there at Herschel Walker's event, listening into some Republican members of Congress from Georgia talk about how they want Herschel Walker in Congress on Capitol Hill to work alongside. We also have LiveNOW looks into Raphael Warnock's election night party, in addition to some of the early results we're getting in the Georgia Senate race. Let's put this up. About 22% of results are reported right now. Warnock up by 58 to Walker's 41. Remember, it is still very, very early, and results are coming in kind of piecemeal here in certain battleground states. We are coming up on the top of the 8 o'clock hour on the East Coast, and when we come back, we'll be diving into what states' polls are closing in the next hour. We'll also be diving into some of the races that have already been called and getting into some of these key states like Florida as well, and then talking to some of our experts and guests to get them to react to some of these results as well. We'll see you in 2 minutes.
And we're going to carry the suburban vote, and we're going to carry the rural vote, and we're going to make history tonight with the share of the African American vote that Herschel brings home to our party. So we are excited. We're going to have a great evening. We're going to have the returns up here on the Jumbotrons. These will only and exclusively be tuned to Fox News. Okay? And we will be giving you updates throughout the night. And then there's one more big speech that is yet to come. And that's by Herschel Walker. He'll be coming down a little later. So we'll be giving you updates. Have a great time. We'll see you later.
Biden campaign advisor and principal at Public-Private Strategies. And then, of course, Sarah Chamberlain, CEO of Republican Main Street Partnership. And thanks for being with us yet again at the top of the hour here. Okay, let's get you guys to react to, we were just showing our viewers some of the results in the Georgia Senate race right now. We're going to take this live. All right, what are you guys thinking about this particular race? Obviously, it's still early, but all the polling has suggested that this is very, very neck and neck. Sarah, we'll start with you.
I think it actually is going to go into a runoff in December. I don't think there's any way either one of them are going to get over 50%.
All right, and Rhett, for you, Georgia, it really kind of all hung on Georgia back in 2020. Do you agree with Sarah?
Yeah, look, I think a runoff is possible, although I also still think we're in the realm of possibility of having a winner tonight. I was looking at, during the break, I was looking at some results. One of the things that's interesting is Herschel Walker's underperforming Governor Kemp. Right now, a lot of early vote is in, so I don't want to read too much into it. So Stacey Abrams is up over Governor Kemp. I think we expect that to tighten. But what's interesting is Governor Kemp is performing better in the early vote than Herschel Walker is, which may tell us something. We knew Herschel Walker was a challenging candidate from the beginning. Things continue to come out about him potentially paying for women's abortions, people close to his family coming out, and those claims continue to come out. And I think, at the end of the day, people, a lot of decisions, you talked about what drives people to the polls. I think at the end of the day, it's a character situation. And I think that because of sort of the repeated instances of people coming out and saying Herschel Walker isn't telling the truth, that has really hurt his character. I think Raphael Warnock as a candidate, a pastor, an organizer, a leader, regardless of whether you share his political affiliation, his character is strong. He is from the community, and I think that that's going to play well for him. We'll see tonight whether we go to a runoff or whether he's able to pull it out. But I think the fact that Herschel Walker is underperforming Governor Kemp is not good news for the Herschel campaign.
But can I jump in there? Because we knew that he was always going to underperform Governor Kemp. So that's not a surprise.
Okay,
and that's why I think that he can't get to 50%.
Okay, and we are kind of seeing, and a lot of people had talked about this in the run-up to the election, that there could be some underperforming with both Kemp and Walker, and also maybe some, ticket splitters with Warnock and Kemp. That's more of a Stacey Abrams kind of debate and question there. And we were just putting up some of the early results in from the Kemp-Abrams race and the Walker-Warnock race as well. Let's focus on Florida, you guys, because we're getting a lot of results in from Florida, especially in the Florida governor's race between Charlie Crist, the Democrat, and Governor Ron DeSantis. What are you guys seeing in these races? We're going to put up some of the early results here. Oh, it does look like we actually have a race call. Let's make that right now. That Ron DeSantis has, the Associated Press is calling this right now for Ron DeSantis to the Democrat Charlie Crist. 57 to 42, about 72% reporting. Rhett, your reaction?
I think this was expected. I see other networks are also calling the race for Marco Rubio. I don't think this is a big shock. I do think there are some learning lessons here for Democrats. In the past, Florida has been a place where Democrats continue to work to be effective. I think what we're seeing right now is we're actually seeing a remake of both parties. And I think, some of that is due to President Trump and the way in which he speaks to working class voters. And I think that that's been effective with some of the Republican base. I think the bad news for Republicans here is this gives DeSantis more trajectory, and he is President Trump's potential biggest rival for the Republican nomination. And so this gives him another boost, and I think really sets off a potential run between President Trump and DeSantis. It's been widely reported in the media that President Trump doesn't like Governor DeSantis. It's also Governor DeSantis has been very clear that he's coming for President Trump. So I think this win adds a little bit of flavor to Republican Party politics for the presidential election coming up.
Okay, and we just put up these numbers as well, 72% reporting in the Senate race. The Associated Press, to which we are relying on tonight, has not called this race just yet. Like you said, Rhett, a lot of outlets have. But Marco Rubio with a sizable lead against his Democratic opponent, Congresswoman Val Demings. And I want to put up as well, maybe we could get Sarah to comment on this. Take a look at this, because because I was kind of looking at Miami-Dade County, at least for Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. This is the Rubio-Demings breakdown of what Miami-Dade County looks like. Maybe we can get the DeSantis-Chris breakdown with Miami-Dade, but and I think this is not, and maybe it's new to some viewers, but a Republican has not won Miami-Dade, at least in a gubernatorial contest, in the last 20 years. So we'll have to wait and see if Ron DeSantis actually pulled that off. Sarah, is that what you're seeing?
That's what I'm saying. And again, it goes back to Latino vote. I mean, as we said earlier, that they're starting to move and vote Republican. I mean, in Dade County, usually it's a Democrat plus 8 county, and today both the governors and the Senate candidate won for the Republicans. We've got members of the Republican Main Street Partnership from that county. They're going to win overwhelmingly tonight as well. So it goes back to Latinos are starting to vote Republican, and Republicans are coming home, and especially the suburban women. So we're thrilled to see that.
Okay, and
Can
let's
I add something in here?
Yeah, sure, please.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that when we're talking about Latinos, we're making sure that, Latinos are not one community. And as someone who's done a lot of work in Florida, I did a lot of work in Florida, during the presidential campaign. Unfortunately, President Biden didn't win. But what we saw a lot in the work that we were doing there was a lot of Cuban voters and folks who had immigrated to America were particularly scared by Donald Trump's candidacy, and they were scared by the rhetoric that we're starting to see come out of DeSantis. DeSantis has put corporations like Disney and other big companies on the map for them trying to support their employees or create more equality in the state. And I think what we're seeing is some of these folks who've come to this country who've seen, governments really take retribution against the private sector, that scares them. And I think that that is a big issue in places like Florida, where you have immigrants who've come from other countries, who've immigrated to the United States, and they've seen the effect of powerful leaders in other countries create retribution. And so I do think, some of the stunts we've seen, for example, with Governor DeSantis, putting people on a plane and, shipping them to Martha's Vineyard, first of all, questions about human trafficking, but B, like, how do you treat people? And I think a lot of that is going to come home to roost over the next few years as Latinos, and specifically as you break down and think about the different communities, whether they be Cubans or Hondurans or El Salvadorians, what that means and what kind of leadership they're going to want in the state and at a national level for someone who's willing to put people who've just migrated over on a plane and ship them somewhere without any direction.
Right, Red, and every demographic group, you cannot look at them as a whole, but and maybe Sarah could come in here. Where do we see, some of these elements? Why? What are the reasons that you see some of those voting blocks in Florida that make up Latino voters trending to the Republican side? What are some of the, I guess, root causes of that? Sarah, maybe you could offer.
So I'm going to disagree with my colleague. They like Republican policies. They actually like Donald Trump. They're afraid of socialism.
They like being put on planes and shipped places.
You know what? They overwhelmingly voted today for Republicans. They overwhelmingly voted for DeSantis. I mean, you and I can agree to disagree, but
like seeing their brethren
overwhelming victory.
Put on planes and shipped on places around the country. I mean,
you know what? You're going to have to ask them.
All right, and we do want to keep it.
We do want overwhelming victory. You know what? You can have your opinion.
I just think there's politics and then there's human standards, and in this.
Okay, well, and that's fine.
All right,
I agree with you, but
Sarah,
the reality is the facts are the facts. And Dade County just went overwhelmingly for Republicans, so I don't think that you called that a stunt. I don't think that stunt affected the Governor DeSantis, and he will be on his way, I'm sure.
Okay, Rhett, we got to focus on these races. We got to focus on the results on the races.
You know what? The results speak for themselves.
All right. Final word there. We got to focus on the races.
Yeah.
We're getting so many results in, and we're going to focus on Florida. Yet again, we do have some of these live looks up out of some of these election night watch parties. There, Charlie Crist's party, no doubt that he will have to issue, this concession speech here. We also are getting in Florida Governor Ron DeSantis's election night watch party. And so we're going to check in with you guys a little bit later on so many other of these states, but definitely very, very heated in Florida. A lot of national issues at play there in the Sunshine State. We'll be checking in with Brett and Sarah probably at the bottom of the hour here. In the meantime, let's at least check in with some of our other LiveNOW digital journalists in the newsroom. Before we do that, let's put up the results yet again. This race called for Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. And so I think we have a live look out of his election night watch party. All right, and here is the election night watch party there in Florida of Governor Ron DeSantis. So a lot of his supporters in the room there. And so I want to put up the results yet again for this race here. And so we're going to be showing you both the remarks from Crist and DeSantis. We're going to be bringing on Florida politics experts as well, who cover Florida each and every day to make sure we understand what went into this race here. But take a look at this, because this is interesting. We were talking about Miami-Dade County, and this is the breakdown here between DeSantis and Crist, according to the Associated Press. And remember, a Florida Republican governor candidate has not won Miami-Dade County in 20 years. Ron DeSantis doing just that tonight here. Okay, so let's talk about Florida even more. Let's bring in LiveNOW's own Andy Mack. He's in the newsroom with me here to break down both the governor's race that has been called. We're waiting for a call, though, in the Senate race as well. Andy, thanks for being with us. Obviously, you've been following this all night alongside us. Let's talk about some of the counties. Let's talk about where they fell. We just talked about Miami-Dade. Any other counties that especially are reaching out to you right now?
Well, we're watching this very, very closely. And like they said, Miami-Dade County, a very, very important one for this race, for both races, in fact. And we want to get over some of these county by county looks. And obviously, Ron DeSantis, the red there on Miami-Dade County, winning it by up by over almost 50,000 votes, some 84% of the vote right there. And you can kind of contrast that. You can see outside of Miami in southern Florida there as just a little bit Broward County actually going for Charlie Crist. So you can see usually it's blue at the bottom of Miami, but not this time. And these are very similar to what we're seeing for the Senate as well. Orlando, the big municipality there, Orange County going in favor of Charlie Crist. But he's going to need to win these by bigger margins if he wanted to beat Ron DeSantis tonight, which we've already called that Ron DeSantis takes it because he only won by 20,000 votes there, and also in Broward County by just over 100,000 votes. So those would have had to been a bigger margin if Charlie Crist wanted to win. So obviously these maps look very similar to what Val Demings and also Marco Rubio's maps looked here on LiveNOW from Fox. We're watching it very closely, but you can see the two, just the main cities are generally going blue and the outside counties going red. But as you can see, again, that Miami-Dade County we're looking at very, very closely. Ron DeSantis, 330-some thousand votes in favor of him. So that is a big point of emphasis tonight here, Andy.
Andy, thanks so much. All right, we just got this LiveNOW look into Marco Rubio's election night watch party there. Many of his supporters are watching the results there come in on the Fox News channel. So we're waiting for the Associated Press to make a call in the Florida Senate race there. Remember, a lot of money was in this race, especially on the Deming side. And Deming, we were told, is underperforming in some of these key Democratic strongholds that she's still taking, just underperforming at the moment. So if we have the Florida Senate kind of early result breakdown, I believe about 75% has been reported so far. We want to put that graphic up. This, though, is the live look in the Marco Rubio camp at the moment. We also have live looks in the Charlie Crist election night watch party and the DeSantis watch party as well. We'll be showing you these remarks when those candidates step up to the podium.
he was crossing the bridge, he didn't see the state troopers ready to kill him. He saw what was possible in America, so he pressed forward. That's hope. That's Georgia. That's America. The courage to press forward when you don't think you can press any further. We've been pressed, but we've been pressed on. We may get counted out, but we always count ourselves in. We may be laughed at, but we always had the final laugh because we are Georgia. Doubt us all you want, but we get it done. Look around tonight, and what they said would be a hard year. We are just about to send our senator back to D.C. for a full term. That's the consequence of hope.
Okay, so you were just looking in there to the Rubio watch party, and of course we have Governor DeSantis's watch party there in Florida, and Charlie Crist. We're going to be speaking to one of our Florida politics experts at the bottom of the hour as these races are getting called. We'll also be breaking down some of the congressional House races, and we're waiting for some of those calls to be made as well. Let's go out now again to Andy Mack in the newsroom. We want to break down the Florida Senate race and the results that are coming in right now. Andy, thanks for being with us here. What are you seeing? Where are these counties playing right now?
Well, we're looking at it, and the maps between those governor race and the Senate race, as you might imagine, very, very similar, but both Miami-Dade County, both going red for governor and for the Senate. We want to bring up this map county by county here on Live Now from Fox. Marco Rubio certainly taking Miami-Dade County there, some 87% of the vote according to the Associated Press, some 350,000 people voting for Marco Rubio, up by about 50,000. So very similar margin between the governor race and also the Senate race. And we're also watching here Broward County going blue instead of Marco Rubio, but you see Palm Beach County going toward Val Demings. It was Ron DeSantis that took that one. So a map we're looking at very, very closely here on Live Now from Fox.
All right, we are going to step away from Florida. Andy, thanks so much. We're going to take just a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be getting some updates from some of our reporters here in Arizona as they are at some of these election night watch parties and about where the races stand here. We'll be back in just a moment. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this election night. I'm Andrew Kraft. I want to thank you for being with us, for choosing Live Now for all your election night related information, results. We do have results that we want to get to right now. Take a look at this. We were just talking about the Florida Senate race. The Associated Press has now called both the Florida governor and Senate races, and of course Marco Rubio there with a very sizable lead against his Democratic challenger, Val Demings. So Marco Rubio will now win another 6-year term to the U.S. Senate. So Republicans keeping that seat red. We also learned that the Associated Press has called the Florida governor's race for Florida Governor Ron DeSantis as well against his Democratic opponent, Charlie Crist. We're being told as well that Charlie Crist could be stepping up to the podium there in Florida. This is a live look to offer some type of concession speech. Okay, in the meantime, though, let's focus on Arizona. We're going to be joined right now by Fox 10 Phoenix reporter Steve Nielsen. Steve, good to see you. And of course, a lot has been happening in Arizona, specifically Maricopa County tonight. But what are Arizona Democrats? How are they feeling? Are they expecting results tonight?
They're expecting results. They aren't necessarily expecting any called races. In fact, the Democratic gubernatorial candidate, Katie Hobbs, she says that she doesn't expect it to be called for several days even. That's how close this election could be. Andrew, it's been a little bit of an exciting last hour in this race, though, after there was an error this morning in some of the tabulation machines in Maricopa County, which is, of course, the largest county in Arizona. It makes up the vast majority of the voters in this state. In Maricopa County, they have voting centers where when voters come in, they print out the ballot for you right there. Well, it turns out, for some reason, some of those printers weren't printing out dark enough, black enough numbers at the bottom for the tabulation equipment to pick it up. This is according to county elections officials. So it was causing a delay in many ballots in those voting centers. Well, that delay has now been a target, Andrew, for the Republican candidate, Carrie Lake, for governor, and then also Blake Masters, who's running for the Senate, a Republican as well. They've now filed a lawsuit, Andrew, to try to keep voting open. So the polls should be closing in about 40 minutes, but now they're asking voting to be extended until 10 p.m. They have filed that in Superior Court. We expect a decision soon. It has to be soon since polling's closing soon. So we'll see if this night drags on a little bit longer than we thought it was going to. But either way, we're not expecting any races to be called for governor tonight.
Yeah, Steve, we just want to put up this tweet from a Washington Post reporter, Yvette Wingate Sanchez, to what you were alluding to, that Maricopa attorneys for top Republicans asking a judge to require county officials to extend voting times by 3 hours until 10 p.m. tonight. Is that going to be happening? Have judges here accepted that request? Have we heard anything about that?
We expect to have a response from a judge, we've been told, at least before 7 o'clock. At local time here at 6:20, a little after 6:20. So we should, worst case scenario, hear an answer in about 30 minutes on that. Theoretically, if the polls close, you can't really reopen them. So we would need to have a quick answer on this. Pretty late breaking news to have, and already a pretty eventful and vicious news cycle that's happened in the state of Arizona. So we'll see how this plays out, Andrew. We could be a much longer night than we even anticipated.
Yeah, of course, we spoke with Maricopa County officials earlier in the day. They didn't think those delays or errors necessitated extending some of these voting times. Obviously, Republicans in Maricopa disagree. Steve Nielsen, thanks so much. We'll check in again when the party there gets a little more crowded. Thanks, Steve.
Sounds good, Andrew. Thank you.
Okay, right now we want to focus yet again back on Florida. Democratic Congresswoman Val Demings just taken the podium, conceding to Florida Republican Senator Marco Rubio. Let's take her remarks right now live here.
Our communities is and always should be our top priority as public servants, and I will never, ever forget that. To my family, you all know how I am. I love to talk about my family. There's not many times that I don't talk about my family, to my sons and to my grandchildren who have strengthened me and stood by me during some nights and tough schedules. You are more precious to me than anything, and I am grateful. But you all also know that I seldom travel alone, that I have the baddest backup possible. I am so honored to call this person my partner. You all know him as Orlando's former police chief, Orange County's former public safety director, Orange County's former sheriff, and current mayor of Orange County, my husband, Jerry Demings. No, 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 I did not get here alone. No man or woman is an island unto ourselves. My parents, y'all know how much I talk about them. The maid and the janitor, Eloise and James Butler. I remember they used to go to work sometimes 7 days a week, working odd jobs, growing their own food, and fishing and hunting to put dinner on our table. I can still see them coming home at the end of a day so tired. You see, but they believed in the American dream. They believed that by working hard, playing by the rules, that we can achieve anything. They believe that our democracy is the greatest foundation on which all else depends. Our democracy, and we must protect it and defend it. You see, my parents, they did not have much. They didn't have a famous last name. They didn't have much money in the bank, but they were good, decent, honest people who taught us to be good, decent, and honest. They believed in the promise of America. I believe in the promise of America because I've seen the promise of America. That's why every election cycle, my parents pressed their way to the polls. If her car was broken down, they would pay someone to drive them. If they had to work at the end of their day, they would press their way to the polls. You see, they understood that their vote counted as much as the richest man and woman in town. That's what living in a democracy is supposed to be about. They knew, my parents, that the safety or prosperity or future depends on our democracy. Today, you all know that our constitutional rights are under attack. Costs are way too high, and working families are wondering if they can still believe in the American dream, wondering if our democracy can still deliver the safety and prosperity on which we all depend. In the coming years, American democracy, it will be tested. This is going to be the great challenge of our lives, possibly one of the greatest challenges our nation has ever faced. But I am here tonight to tell you that yes, even tonight, I still believe in America. And I still believe in our democracy. So I also know we still have a long way to go before we fulfill the ultimate promise of America. That's why I ran for the Senate, because we can never stop striving to form that more perfect union. No, it's not. We want it tonight. We can never, ever tire. We can never tire of doing good. We must look to our next fight to stand for the values we believe in and hold America to its promise of liberty and justice, not just for the privileged few, but for all. We have much work to do to protect our fundamental constitutional rights. No, this election might be over, but that fight is not over. To fix an economy where costs are spiraling and working people are being left behind. So Florida, my home state, the place where I was born and raised. I tell you tonight that I am not tired. I am not weary. And when I look around and see your faces, I am not defeated. This election may be over, but there are dreams that are still alive. I believe in you, and I so believe in our ability to change the world for the better. And though we face the difficulties of today and tomorrow, Florida, together, we are going to fight for our democracy and fight for the American dream, because guess what? It still matters. God bless you, and God continue to bless our state of Florida. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
That we know and that we trust, starting immediately, will once again, because of your support, be fighting for the United States of America and for this great state. Thank you for your support. Thank you for electing the best governor in the entire country. And thank you for re-electing our brilliant senator, senior senator of Florida, Senator Marco Rubio.
Didn't go over well with the entire right, but it didn't matter. It was an opening shot, and Trump has talked to reporter after reporter in the last couple of days talking about if DeSantis gets into the race, then he's going to make DeSantis pay for it. He's giving interviews all across the spectrum. Ron DeSantis, he obviously is a threat to Donald Trump, but you kind of get the impression that Donald Trump knows a lot about Ron DeSantis he's not using. We've seen Donald Trump go after people for Jeb Bush, Ted Cruz, various Republicans. And is Ron DeSantis different? That remains to be seen. But whether Ron DeSantis wants to announce for 2024 or not, it appears that Donald Trump is calling his bluff and saying you either get in or you stay out. But there have been a lot of warnings to Ron DeSantis to stay out of this race, wait till 2028, et cetera. But who knows what he's really going to do at this point.
Yeah, and one of the other key kind of data points I've been watching, you've probably been watching, Miami-Dade County going pretty heavily for DeSantis. That hasn't happened for a Republican governor candidate in a really long time. What are you still watching for, though, AG? The night is quite young.
The night isn't actually that young here. Most of these races are called. So,
okay.
You know, this is something where you're just kind of looking at the final margins. But early vote when Republicans win election day, when Republicans win,
what does that mean? What's next for you now?
And what's happening
Well, I think what's next for me right now is I'm going to Disney World. But after that, you know what? The fight is still on for our democracy.
Urban areas is a big story, and it's a big Republican story. Because if Ron DeSantis can say, my version of conservatism translates, then he's basically in a position to make a case as a general election candidate in 2024, not just a hard right primary candidate. So it augurs really well for him.
All right, AG, as always, we really appreciate your reporting, and we will be speaking again if some of these 2024 rumors appear to be true. AG, as always, we appreciate your time.
Hey, thank you for having me.
All right now we want to get into some of these remarks that we've been getting in from some of these Florida candidates, including the Democratic candidate for governor, Charlie Crist, conceding to his Republican challenger, Ron DeSantis, the governor, just moments ago. Let's listen in to some of these speeches here on Live Now from Fox.
I love you. Thank you. Wait a minute. That's great. I think so. Well, good evening. Good evening. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chris. Thank you. Thank you. First and foremost, I want to give a good congratulations to Governor DeSantis on his reelection. That's okay. That's okay. But I want to thank all of you. I really do. And I want to thank Florida. Florida has been great to me my entire life. And I can't thank all of my fellow Floridians for so much for so long. And it's been an absolute
First, let me begin. There's so many people I could thank. All of you for coming tonight. I want to begin thanking our Creator, God, for allowing me to be an American, a citizen of His greatest country. His only begotten Son, and my faith is that God became man. His name was Jesus. He walked the earth. He'll come again. And because of Him, we will be able to live an eternal life. And obviously, I'm grateful for winning an election, but I'm really grateful for all the blessings I've been given, the friendships, obviously the family, this extraordinary honor to represent this extraordinary state, and the chance to be a citizen of the greatest country in the history of mankind. So I'm going to tell you right now what the media stories are going to be. They're going to be, this is amazing. The Republicans won by 13 points, 15 points. It's unbelievable. They won Miami-Dade County. They must be believing all those Cuban radio stations or whatever they come up with. Guys, you know what? Politics is really not that complicated because Americans are not all that complicated. We're a diverse people, but we're not a complicated people. What Americans basically want is what my parents wanted. It's what all of you wanted. It's what people want all over the world but have been able to fulfill here. They want to be able to have a job that pays a decent wage. They want to be able to live in a home that they own, in a neighborhood that is safe. They want their kids to go to schools that teach truth. They want to be able to retire with dignity, and they want all four of their kids to have a life better than the life they've had. This is not complicated. This is what they want. Now, here's what happens. Sometimes people get into politics, and either they don't know this or they forget it. And so what happens is some of these people go around saying, look, I'm sorry you're paying too much money for gasoline, but you have to suck it up. Because we have a UN climate conference that John Kerry is going to be attending, and we need to impress them. And so ride your bike or take the bus, and forget about how much gas costs and stop being selfish. You know what happens when you tell people that? They vote against you. They vote against you. They go around telling people, listen, don't worry, you can't be complaining about crime. We can't keep locking criminals up. We can't keep arresting criminals. We can't keep funding police officers. Because the only way we can make up for whatever it is they think we need to make up for, is not to put criminals in jail. Crime soars, people feel unsafe. And you know what happens when you tell that to working people in this country? They vote against you. And then they go and tell them, forget about our border, we don't need a border. We care more about people that came from other countries. And listen, nobody's going to give this community a lesson about how bad things are in other places. But what country in the world can accept 6,000 people a day? And that's what they're asking you and everyone else to do. Meanwhile, we have veterans committing suicide, veterans who are homeless, veterans that have to fight with the VA. But no, they don't care about that. All they care about is we have to be compassionate for people coming from all over the world, 6,000 a day, and put aside the interest of the American people. When you tell that to people, you know what they do? They vote against you. And this has been going on for far too long. And then here comes election time, and they roll out all their friends, every celebrity, every actor. We don't have any actors really on our side, do we? Do we have any actors? No actors that can get another movie are going to be on our side. They roll out those crazy women on The View. They roll out Vogue magazine. They roll out all these things to tell us how we're supposed to vote. And they think they're going to fool people. And then when people vote against them, they say, oh, it's just information. You were confused. No one here is confused. The people in this country are going to vote for the people that fight for people like them. They're going to vote for people that are going to fight for people that care about being safe, that don't want drugs coming across our border, that don't want illegal immigration running rampant into our country, that don't want to have to pay $4 for gasoline, that don't want to have to pay 22% more than they used to for their groceries. So when you see the results across this country tonight, that's what it's all about. The people who make this country great have been forgotten and have been left behind. And what I'm most proud of is that this community, Miami-Dade, and this state, Florida, a diverse state. You find people in the state from everywhere. You find people in the state from every background. And they have joined this incredible new movement that isn't just going to change the country, it's going to change the Republican Party. After tonight, the Republican Party will never be the same, and that's a great thing for America and a great thing for Republicans. It'll never be the same, because this is a party made up of people from every color, every race, every ethnicity, men and women. Yes, men and women, that exists. And you know what we call people who are black and white and Hispanic and Asian and are men and are women and come from other countries? You know what we call them in Florida? We call them Americans. And that's what they are. They are Americans. And if we're not going to fight for, listen, I care a lot about what's happening in the world. We're impacted by what happens in the world. But my job, first and foremost, is to care about what's happening in America. Because the best thing we can do for the world is make sure that America is strong and safe and prosperous. That is the greatest gift we can give our fellow men. So these campaigns, I believe, no, I'm sure, actually, I am the only statewide candidate in Florida that was outspent by my opponent. She has every right to raise all this money. They wasted a lot of money, and I'm glad they wasted it here and not in these other states that we have a chance to win. I'm the only one that raised more money against, I'm the only one that was outraised and outspent, and I'm fine with that. I'm 100% fine, because I knew that no amount of money was going to convince people that escaped Marxism and socialism that America should embrace Marxism and socialism. No amount of money was going to convince people that somehow a country blessed with oil and natural gas should be begging Saudi Arabia for oil and natural gas and begging Venezuela for oil and natural gas. But we had a tough campaign, and I owe a lot, and there's a lot of people I could thank, but my campaign manager, Mark Morgan, has done a great job. Where's Mark? Mark. Great job, Mark. Hey, listen. What did Albert Guedes say? Un americano que a una fiesta cubano está loco. Remember that line? The translation there is an American that goes to a Cuban party has to be out of his mind. But Mark has done a great job in an extraordinary and diverse state. We are a great state. Thank you, Mark. And one of the things I'm proudest of in the Senate, look, we've passed as many or more bills than anybody else, important bills. Every major bill in America that's taken on China, for example, in the last 4 years have been mine. The Chinese government doesn't like me. They've banned me. They sanctioned me. We had to cancel our vacation to Wuhan because they don't like me. Expensive. They wanted to lock us in the hotel room, apparently. No, look, but I'm very proud of everything we've done in our office, because I have a great staff in our office. One of the things I'm proudest of is constituent service. People call us. People call us because they need help. I'm going to tell you right now, guys, please do not wait until the Friday before your cruise to get your passport, okay? But if you do, that's why we're there. And there's so many people in our staff that we need to be grateful to. They do a great job, and they're led by a great leader. That's my Chief of Staff, Mike Needham, who's here. Mike, say thank you to everybody. And, of course, he's filming all this so that, you know, if things were to go wrong, he can say, look, you said this about me on that day. Mike's doing a great job. Both Mikes are. And, of course, look, I owe so much to my family. They are as much a public service. These were once little kids. Now 2 of them are voters. I think they voted for me. And I'm so proud of how fast they've grown up and who they're going to be in their own lives. And obviously my wife, Jeanette, who has been there every step of the way. You can't do this without her. Brevemente en español lo que quería decir es que me encanta estar aquí esta noche en el condado republicano de Miami-Dade. Con la bendición de ser un ciudadano del país más grande en la historia del mundo. Un país que no vamos a permitir que nadie vaya a destruir. Que más nunca vamos a permitir que lo destruyan, porque si no hay Estados Unidos no hay nada. Lo mejor que podemos hacer nosotros para estos países que están sufriendo es proteger a este país, que es un ejemplo de la libertad y la oportunidad para todo el mundo. Y eso es lo que vamos a hacer, a eso lo dedicamos. I'll close with this. On nights like this, we generally do these in hotels, and you've heard this story before, but I tell it because it's important to understand. I was raised by parents that worked in hotels like this. Well, not like this. They had slot machines and stuff like that, but in Las Vegas. My dad was a banquet bartender in rooms like this. My mother was a maid. She worked at Kmart. They worked hard, and you know, their story is really very typical of the American story. Frankly, in any other nation in the world, I would probably be doing the same job, and there's nothing wrong with those jobs. But what makes this nation so special and unique is that it is the one place on earth where people who work those jobs, like the people working here now, can go on to do other things. But even if they can't, the one thing they can always do is give their kids the chance to do all the things they didn't. And I think this is an American story that people everywhere in the country would understand. But why I'm so proud to be from Florida, and particularly from Miami-Dade County, is because we have millions and millions of people in the state who have that story, who are the children or the grandchildren of people who lost everything, who once had dreams and hopes, but those became impossible, and the purpose of their life was to give their kids the chance to do all the things they never could. That's why our parents really never die. That's really why, like on nights like tonight, they still live through us. Because we are the fulfillment of their hopes and dreams, of all the things they once wanted. You think that our parents and grandparents wanted to work double shifts, late at night, weekends and holidays? They did it for us. And they did it because they knew that we lived in the one country on earth where that hard work could make their life meaningful and purposeful. And through their children, they could leave a legacy. Now, I've just described to you my story, and I probably described your story. But what I've really described to you is the American story. And if we ever become a country where that's no longer possible, then we're no longer special. And so what's driven me my entire life in public service is to protect that. Because I inherited this country. I was blessed to be born here. And I was blessed that my parents lived 90 miles away from here. Because if they had wound up anywhere else on this planet, there was no way I would be standing on a stage like this tonight speaking to each of you. And now, the source of our greatness is not our politics. The source of our greatness is not our elections. The source of our greatness is not our government. The source of our greatness is not our military power, though we need it, and it's not our wealth, though we celebrate it. The source of our greatness is our people, a special and unique people, unlike people anywhere else on the earth. Because here, being an American is not a race, it's not an ethnicity, it's not where your parents are born. Being an American is the defining principle of our nation, that all men are created equal. All men and all women are created equal with rights that come from God, not from your leaders, not from your government, and not from your laws. And our job is to protect those rights. Too many people make politics our God. Politics is not God. There's only one God, and it ain't politics. And the most important house in America is not the White House, it's your house. Because that's where children are raised, and values are formed, and principles are instilled. And our job is to make sure we always protect the family. We always make it possible for parents to do for their children what my parents did for me and what your parents did for you. That's the American story. It changed the world. It inspired the world. And if you don't like this country, you're free to leave. My office will even help you do the visa. I'm not asking anyone to leave. You know, all these actors always threaten to leave. None of them ever leave. None of them ever leave. After every election, you'll see it tomorrow on Twitter. I'm leaving America because it's become this terrible place, but they never leave. A few move to the Bahamas, but that's for taxes, okay? And that's not for America. And then they want to come back. The point of the matter is no one ever leaves, but you're free to leave, but we're never going to allow anyone to destroy it because we have nowhere else to go. There is no other place like America. There's nothing to replace it. And if America declines, China will be the greatest power on earth, and we will never allow that to happen. I will never allow my children. You will never allow your children. We will never allow our children to inherit a world in which China is the most powerful country on this planet. So, elections matter, and they'll send a message. Don't ignore working people. Don't ignore tax-paying people. Don't ignore law-abiding people. When they tell you they care about these things, it really matters, and they will reward leaders that pay attention to them, and they will punish those who ignore them and put others ahead of them. But I hope the most powerful message that it sends is that no matter how much money you spend, no matter how many press conferences you give about the threat to democracy and all this other garbage, we are never going to abandon common sense. No amount of money is going to convince Americans that men can become pregnant and that America is not the greatest country in the world. And so, I hope tonight, maybe early tomorrow, depending on how long some of these states, you know, they take forever to count. Like, how do we know our vote in 1 hour? We already know who won. But anyway, these states will be counting. But what I hope is I'm going to wake up tomorrow morning, and all of you are, maybe even late tonight, and we're going to learn that there is a new Republican majority in the United States Senate. And why? And that's not just important because of the numbers. Look, it's going to be good not to have to worry every night that Joe Manchin's going to change his mind and now Joe Biden can do whatever he wants, depending on what he wants, if he can remember what he wants. So it's good not to have to worry about that. But the most important thing is we're not just going to elect Republican senators. We're going to elect new people with fire in the belly who know why they're running. They're running to save America. They're running to fight for the working people of this country. They're going to be up there to work and fight on behalf of the men and women that are the backbone of this great nation. Because we are going to do whatever it takes. That's my commitment to you. I am more energized and excited about working in the Senate than I've been at any other time because I believe we are on the cusp of a new generation of leadership in this Republican Party that will restore common sense, that will put hardworking Americans first, and that will leave for our children what they deserve to inherit, the greatest country in the history of the world. Thank you, guys. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
And we get to look at the rostrum in the House of Representatives, and we get to tell Nancy Pelosi, you are now fired by the American people. Hey, I guess they like that one. I guess they like that one. You know, Chuck Schumer, forgive Chuck Schumer, but nobody listens to him anyway. But we're well on our way to taking back the United States Senate. But man, Florida, I gotta tell you, the one thing I'm really happy about tonight is I didn't have to wait for Miami-Dade to report in. I mean, the people in Miami-Dade said, Ron DeSantis kept our businesses open and he's to be rewarded. And so, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. And I seen some children running around the room tonight. They've been getting all kind of snacks and everything. But I'm gonna tell you right now, in a couple of moments, and trust me, some very, very few moments. Y'all shh. Tell the people by the bar to shh. In a few moments, you are gonna do the thing that the rest of America has been waiting to hear. You are gonna cheer for the newly re-elected, Democrat-beaten, freedom standing for America's Governor, Ron DeSantis. God bless you, Florida. God bless America.
So, all right, Trey Gowdy with the answer, by the way. What's that? Trey Gowdy had the answer.
The artist formerly known as Prince.
Yeah, but it's not time to vote yet, so stand by. Okay, let me take this off. Let me see what county this is. This is Davie County, all right? No votes are in. Well, what happened 2 years ago at the presidential level? Well, Trump was a big winner in that county. Picked up about 14,000 votes total raw. Here you are, 11,005. They'll do the math for me. So that's out there. Let me come back out here a moment. And let me do this. Oh, shoot. It did not work. Here, guys, let me reload it for you. While you're reloading.
And how about Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer? And, of course, all of our wonderful candidates for state assembly and state senate, incumbents and challengers, our judicial candidates from all across our great state. My friends, I know this wasn't the easiest year for our party, but I'm very proud of how hard we worked, how we kept our message out there. As I crisscrossed the state, I saw Democrats engaged, motivated, working hard each and every day. It made me more proud than I've ever been to be a Democrat in the year of 2022. Don't you feel the same way? So we're going to continue to move New York State forward. I believe we're going to have a good night tonight. I feel that blue wave coming. I don't care about what the prognosticators say about it being a different color. It's going to be a blue night, right? We're going to make sure it's a blue night. And I certainly look forward to continuing to work with all of our great Democrats at the state level, at the local level, at the federal level. There are big issues out there that have to be addressed, and there's no doubt that the team that's best able to do right by the people of our state and our nation, it's the blue team, it's the Democrats. So thank you for what you've done for all of us. Here's to a good night tonight. Thank you all very, very much.
I don't stand here today knowing what we may face in this journey that we are on together. But I can tell you that there is no obstacle big enough, no darkness so deep that can ever eclipse the light that we are working toward. That North Star of justice, freedom, and equality will guide us to the bright future we seek, because our foremothers and forefathers stayed true to its course to bring us to this moment, and we are stronger than we know. We are the vanguards of our democracy, and history has shown us that no matter what comes next, we shall overcome. When we work with each other, when we uplift each other, light wants to find a way, and it will. I am profoundly grateful that you've put your trust in me. JB and I do not take our responsibilities lightly. Thank you for your prayers and your support, and thank you for allowing me to serve this state for another 4 years. Listen, I love Illinois, but more importantly, I love the people of Illinois. In 2018, I shared an African proverb, and I'll close with that same proverb tonight because it still rings true, maybe even more so today. If you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. Illinois, over these next 4 years, let's go far together. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
They could not find a single example of someone who actually had their vote taken from them, because those machines, if they weren't able to scan it, they could either file it in to be counted later, or they could have that ballot spoiled and then they could go get their own ballot. So there wasn't a pressing issue here that the judge found.
You know, Paul, we have been speaking with Maricopa County officials really throughout the day, including Chairman of the Maricopa County Board, Bill Gates, and he didn't think some of the errors in tabulations with some of those machines earlier necessitated extending the times. And so we see how this judge ruled. Let's talk about some of the races. You've been following the governor's race very, very closely. Katie Hobbs, the Democrat, versus Kari Lake, the Republican. What are you sensing tonight? I know it's very, very early. Where's the momentum?
Well, it's going to be a dead heat at the end of the day, but I think for your watchers, I think Georgia, what happened very early in Georgia is a great rubric to look from, where we saw the Democrats jump out to an early lead and then it narrowed pretty quickly. I think we're going to see a very similar approach here in Arizona. The early votes benefited Democrats. They had about a 20,000 vote lead through yesterday when the final drop was sort of counted. Republicans have surged ahead very significantly in election day voting. So I think what we'll see is Democrats with an early lead in the night that will narrow fairly quickly.
Okay, let's talk about the Senate race as well. Mark Kelly, the Democrat, against Blake Masters, the Republican. And, you know, something throughout the cycle that I haven't spoken to you about lately, Republicans really stayed together. Almost the entire ticket did events all the time together. The Democrats, not so much. Why do you think that's the case? And is it disadvantageous to them? One of the biggest
challenges is another one of their ticket mates, Kirsten Sinema, is not particularly popular among the Democratic base right now. I think she would have been helpful to them on the independent and unaffiliated side. But at the end of the day, what we saw is that Mark Kelly was really sort of the strong leader, and then other people followed.
Yeah, of course, there were a lot of big Democratic heavy hitters that came out for the Democrats, including former President Barack Obama. First Lady Jill Biden was here earlier this week. And then, of course, many, obviously, all the Republicans have the Trump imprimatur, if you will. You know, because of...
You could take it to the bank, don't care what Brandon thinks at the White House. Yeah, he's fighting for the right to keep our state free. Free. Well, he's taking on the swamp and he's calling out Dr. Fauci. Fauci. He's the only one fighting for you and me. You and me. You live free. You live free. Down sweet.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, thank you so much. You know, over these past 4 years, we've seen major challenges for the people of our state, for the citizens of the United States, and above all, for the cause of freedom. We saw freedom in our very way of life, and so many other jurisdictions in this country wither on the vine. Florida held the line. We chose facts over fear. We chose education over indoctrination. We chose law and order over rioting and disorder. Florida was a refuge of sanity when the world went mad. We stood as a citadel of freedom for people across this country and indeed across the world. We faced attacks. We took the hits. We weathered the storms, but we stood our ground. We did not back down. We had the conviction to guide us, and we had the courage to lead. We made promises. We made promises to the people of Florida, and we have delivered on those promises. And so today, after 4 years, the people have delivered their verdict. Freedom is here to stay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, thanks to the overwhelming support of the people of Florida, we not only won election, we have rewritten the political map. Thank you for honoring us with a win for the ages. I want to thank all of our campaign staff, from campaign manager Janera Peck down. This was the best run campaign in the history of Florida politics. I want to thank all of our wonderful volunteers who worked so hard to get out the vote. Your support means the world to Casey and I. God bless you and thank you. Now, it's a lot easier to run a good campaign when you got a great record to run on. And I would not have been able to see the level of accomplishments that we saw unless I had outstanding personnel working in the executive office of the governor, as well as heading state agencies. These folks worked hard to implement our agenda. They believed in our agenda, and the results have been historic. Thank you for your support and work. Thank you to Miami-Dade County. Thank you to Palm Beach County. Now, we're still tallying the votes, but it's clearly apparent that this election, we will have garnered a significant number of votes from people who may not have voted for me 4 years ago. And I just want to let you know, I am honored to have earned your trust and your support over these 4 years. And most important of all, thank you to the greatest First Lady in all 50 states, for being a great wife, giving unwavering support, being a tremendous mother to our 3 young children, and serving as an example for women throughout this state, especially going through the battle of cancer. She is remarkable. Now, today, today is the culmination of the 2022 fall elections, but in reality, Americans have been voting for many years now. They've been voting with their feet, and the results of that behavior has been just as stark as our landslide victory today. States and cities governed by leftist politicians have seen crime skyrocket. They've seen their taxpayers abused. They've seen medical authoritarianism imposed, and they've seen American principles discarded. The woke agenda has caused millions of Americans to leave these jurisdictions for greener pastures. Now, this great exodus of Americans, for those folks, Florida, for so many of them, has served as the promised land. We have embraced freedom. We have maintained law and order. We have protected the rights of parents. We have respected our taxpayers, and we reject woke ideology. We fight the woke in the legislature. We fight the woke in the schools. We fight the woke in the corporations. We will never, ever surrender to the woke mob. Florida is where woke goes to die. People have come here because our policies work. Leadership matters. We refuse to use polls and put our finger in the wind. Leaders don't follow, they lead. We set out a vision, we executed on that vision, and we produced historic results. And the people of this state have responded in record fashion. Now, while our country flounders due to failed leadership in Washington, Florida is on the right track. I believe the survival of the American experiment requires a revival of true American principles. Florida has proved that it can be done. We offer a ray of hope that better days still lie ahead. I am proud of our achievements in this state. I am honored by your support, and I look forward to the road ahead. I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race in this first term, and I have kept the faith. We've accomplished more than anybody thought possible 4 years ago, but we've got so much more to do, and I have only begun to fight. God bless you all. Thank you very much. Thank you for a historic landslide victory.
Take it to the bank. He don't care what Brandon thinks at the White House. Yeah, he's fighting down, we still have our freedom. We can still see our friends and family. Oh, our kids are in school and we can go to church on Sunday. And it's all because DeSantis knows how to lead.
In retrospect, his words were eerily timeless and prescient. Horner said, "We all realize that we are living in abnormal and unusual times, times requiring unusually clear thinking and sacrificial action. Do you realize that our vaunted civilization is at stake and the responsibility of preserving it is laid upon all of us who believe in sustaining it?" That was Henry Horner's way of asking his audience, are you ready for the fight? Well, when I was making the decision to run for a second term as governor of Illinois, I asked myself if I was ready for the fight again. Because this is a moment requiring a steel spine for the years ahead, as our nation's fundamental ideals are under siege. I love this job, and I've never shied away from its demands. I love you too. But if I was going to serve for another 4 years, I wanted to make sure that I was prepared to bring the happy warrior spirit into this job again. Because leading the fight in a battle ought to bring joy if the purpose is meaningful. Optimism in politics is often dismissed as Pollyanna-ish. But like most virtues worth cultivating, its power is in its humility. I admire happy warriors, and I think of myself as among them, because here's what it is to be a happy warrior: to find calm when the times are chaotic, to respond to cruelty with compassion, to gladly be the first to suit up for a worthwhile battle and be the last to give up in a difficult dogfight. To celebrate victory but never dwell in it. To laud progress but never let it be enough. And precisely when the battles are hard and the challenges many, that's when the spelunkers for misery feed off the dark fears that people harbor in difficult times. And that is the moment when a happy warrior can carry us forward and says, I've been in this dark place before and I know the way out. Let's be honest, the abnormal and unusual times that Henry Horner talked about are here once again. And just like back then, our values are under siege, but they are worth fighting for. And I will not let our challenges crush the spirit that I've always brought to this job. Facing this moment requires that every happy warrior find a little bit of a nomadic warrior in them as well. Facing this moment means fighting these battles together. Together we must be bold, and we must never shy away from our big D democratic or little d democratic values. Together with pride and dignity, today we reaffirm what we are fighting for. Jobs that lift you up, not wear you down. A quality education that's not just a prize you win for growing up in the right part of town or being born to the right set of parents. Access to health care that doesn't just keep you alive, but keeps you healthy. Better wages that fund joy and not just survival. A world that's just a little bit easier to live in, where it's not so hard to make ends meet. Climate and an environment that is made better for our children than the way we found it. Public safety that brings peace to our neighborhoods, justice to our communities, and addresses not only the aftermath of crime, but the causes of it. A world where public health policy is based on science, not fantasy. One where polio and AIDS and, yes, COVID can be eradicated by new discoveries and not just wished away by Facebook fakery. Schools where books are not banned, nor children shielded from the truth about all of our American history. Where this younger generation rising, a generation full of empathetic, courageous truth tellers, are not robbed of the critical thinking skills that are their best armor against a world of swirling disinformation. A Supreme Court that cannot take away from a woman what they never had the constitutional or moral right to regulate in the first place. And to all of you, let me be even clearer. To anyone who thinks that they can come into this state and try to force some right-wing MAGA war on a woman's body, you will never get an inch of Illinois. And finally, here in the land of Lincoln, the home state of Barack Obama, the first state to ratify the 13th and 19th Amendments ending slavery and guaranteeing a woman's right to vote, we will never surrender in the battle against hate. Racism, sexism, homophobia, transphobia, xenophobia, anti-Semitism, we have conquered none of these obscenities. In fact, every effort to call them out has fueled the rise of a new movement devoted to their skillful repackaging, in the hopes that we will be so afraid of being called woke that we will be too exhausted to fight the next resurgence of the world's most persistent and ancient evils. You see, hate is a chronic condition. The patient can get better, but we can never stop being vigilant in preventing its return. Unfortunately, a cancer has spread through one ideological wing of this nation to infect the patient itself. They've had ample opportunity to treat the disease, and they have refused to do so at every turn. The result has been treasonous insurrectionists tearing down the doors of the U.S. Capitol. The maiming of Capitol Police, and an attack on the 82-year-old husband of the Speaker of the House with a hammer in his own home. There's no nice or easy way to say this, but until the Republican Party is ready to expel the extremists in their midst, we need to do it for them at the ballot box. The fight for democracy, the fight for freedom, the fight for liberty, the fight for decency should be peaceful, but not be timid. It needs to be out loud. It should afford no politician a convenient rhetorical hiding place. You don't get to wave a moderate flag from your front porch while you're having a picnic in the backyard with insurrectionists. And don't claim that the Republican Party is being labeled unfairly, because here we are, 2 years into cleaning up the wreckage of Donald Trump's presidency, poised to watch this man announce his return to national politics within days. You know why? Because GOP politicians, with the exception of only a few souls, are too cowardly, too simpering to support the best interests of the nation, because they're afraid of being called insulting nicknames by a whiny bully. To the fake patriots and their enablers, you don't love the United States if you're not willing to defend it against a man who would destroy it. Donald Trump is the modern embodiment of tyranny that our founders feared the most. So don't lecture us about norms or typical political practices. Against a party that nominates and endorses anti-Semites and racists and anti-immigrant zealots, appeasement and complacency do not work. I know. My family fled that kind of tyranny, and I helped survivors build a Holocaust museum. You know what works? Winning works. When the rights and freedoms of our most vulnerable people are disregarded, when the welfare and education of all of our children are under siege, when the guardrails of our democracy, the load-bearing walls of institutions of government, the freedoms that this state's most famous son died to protect are under attack, well then winning is not a luxury but a necessity. So yes, Illinois, I am here and I am ready for the fight. Are you ready for the fight too? These days ahead will be hard, but do not tell me the fight cannot be won. The fabric of our nation has been frayed and torn before, and Illinois has always had a large role in putting it back together. This state is a special place. This sacred patch of land sandwiched between great rivers and a great lake keeps finding a way to produce great people. Whether your bread is served at Blackbird Bakery or Brown Sugar Bakery, whether your beer is poured at Galena Brewing Company or Revolution Brewery, whether you like your short rib at Broad Gauge or Virtue or 17th Street Barbecue, whether you're a Saluki, a Wildcat, or Fighting Illini, Illinois' excellence defies division. Our land is as beautiful as it is vast, and our people as kind as they are courageous. Over the last 4 years, you have found a million different ways to show the world that goodness is a choice that so many people here in Illinois make. Like Chef Q of Evanston, who turned her successful catering business into a meal delivery service for families in need during COVID. Or the Granite City High School Student Council, who spends the entire year raising money to distribute Thanksgiving dinner to over 150 families in need. Or Rabbi Yosef Shanowitz, who on July 4th of this year rushed to the Highland Park Hospital to go door to door for people of all faiths to provide counseling and healing. At every possible opportunity, Illinoisans reach for small moments of joy and great heights of achievement. From street performer Andrew David serenading Chicago with the song Hallelujah during the early days of the pandemic, to Naperville teenager Lucy Westlake becoming the youngest American woman to summit Mount Everest, to Kimberly Adami Hasagawa putting a smile on my face during the worst days of the pandemic with her Spritzers with Pritzker Twitter account. Our people are rich in the things that make life grand. We have earned the right to take pride in this state. And I remain humbled that you've chosen me again to be your governor. 4 years ago, I told you about my mom, about the struggle that she waged with alcoholism that ultimately took her life. And I told you how the burden of anyone who loses a parent young is to feel the weight placed upon you of the potential of your parents' unlived years. Never has that responsibility seemed more important to me than right now, in the battles for choice, for justice, for freedom that my mother thought that she had won before she died.
him and got to connect with him. Such an amazing moment. People like Lena, who's an immigrant who came to this country for a better life. She works as a fashion designer at one of Arkansas's flagship companies, Dillard's. Every hour that Lena had off, she came into our office, she made calls, she knocked doors, and was our best volunteer and reminded us of the greatness and the goodness of the people in this state every moment. And I met a guy named Vic at a veterans home in Harrison, Camp Jack, where I got to be part of the opening for that community center. Vic is an 80-year-old veteran, and on the morning of that opening, Vic was up on a ladder, painting into the rafters to make sure it was perfect for those who have served and given us this great country. People like Vic are the very best of who we are. And I'm forever thankful for him and all of those who have served that I have had the opportunity to meet along the campaign. One of the other things I love about Arkansas, we have the most beautiful state in the country.
All right, you've been listening in to Sarah Huckabee Sanders. She now is the next governor of Arkansas, following in her father's footsteps. Mike Huckabee, of course, was governor for a time in the early 2000s. So from the White House press briefing to the governor's mansion there in Little Rock, Arkansas. In the meantime, let's move on to some of these other key states, key races, including New York and the big governor's race there between Republican Lee Zeldin and the Democratic governor, Kathy Hochul. We want to be joined right now by Fox 5 New York reporter Linda Schmidt. She is at the Zeldin watch party right now. Linda, thanks so much for being with us. Okay, how is the energy there? What are Zeldin's folks telling you?
Well, first of all, this is one exciting election day. I've been doing this for decades, and this is one of the most exciting. The word here tonight, confident. This group here, Lee Zeldin, very confident that he's going to end up with a major upset against Governor Kathy Hochul. This is really what you would call a nail-biter in its true form. And we started to see it a few weeks ago when the polls started showing that Lee Zeldin was chipping away at Governor Kathy Hochul's lead. And you also know from the indication that she was very concerned a couple of weeks ago when she came out with New York City Mayor Eric Adams, and they came out with another new plan to deal with crime in the subway, which has been a major issue here in New York City. In fact, the crime stats numbers out from the NYPD today show that subway crime remains up more than 40%. Now, some at that time, and again, this was just 2 weeks ago, and this again was happening at the times that the polls were showing that she was losing her lead over Zeldin. And some of her critics said, look, this is just a desperate attempt to try and get votes. We're going to wait and see now. We'll know by the end of the night tonight if that played a role in her either losing or maybe the public is buying her message and continuing to buy it. But go ahead and take a look at these this video here. This is Lee Zeldin voting earlier today. Now, Zeldin has been hammering away at crime. He wants bail reformed here in New York State. He also wants to remove Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg for what he calls failing to enforce the law. And he says the first thing that he's going to do when he wins is call Mayor Adams here in New York City, because he wants to work with him to find some common ground to save not just the city of New York, but New York State. Well, here's what Zeldin had to say today after voting.
The New York City mayor has asks from Albany that he's getting stonewalled on. He says that he wants judges to have discretion to weigh dangerousness. He's right. He says that we need to raise the age. He's right. We need district attorneys doing their job. We don't have a recall in this state, but what we do give is that the New York State Constitution says that a governor can remove a DA who refuses to enforce the law. I pledged that on the first day that I'm in office, I'm going to tell the Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg that he's being removed for his refusal to enforce the law.
All right, now, Governor Kathy Hochul's campaign, they never saw this coming at all. They thought that she was pretty much going to be a shoo-in, especially because New York is such a blue state where Democrats, registered Democrats, outnumber registered Republicans by 2 to 1. In fact, the last time that we had a Republican governor in this state was Governor George Pataki. He was elected back in 1995, and he was elected for 2 terms. He served until 2006. But another key indicator in the last few days where Kathy Hochul was really feeling the heat from the Zeldin campaign is when the cavalry was called in. And what I'm talking about there, President Biden came to New York to campaign for Kathy Hochul. Vice President Kamala Harris, both of the Clintons, Bill and Hillary, and today AOC in town to campaign for her. Back inside to you.
Yeah, Linda, so many of those Democratic heavy hitters coming out for Hochul in the last few days. We're going to kind of check in with you, hopefully, again. When do you think we should get at least more results in? We have a few in right now. We're going to show the viewers where it kind of stands at this moment. But are Zeldin supporters there in for the long haul tonight?
Everybody's in for the long haul. They think this is going to be a very, very tight race. Like I said at the top, a real nail biter, which means we could be here until the wee hours of the morning. And who knows, we might not even know the results by tomorrow morning. Nobody really knows right now. All we do know is that the polls in the last few weeks have shown that Zeldin was chipping away in a big way into Kathy Hochul's lead.
All right, Fox 5's Linda Schmidt there in Manhattan, tracking the Lee Zeldin camp about where things stand. Linda, we thank you, and we'll talk again.
My pleasure.
All right, we want to put up some numbers, though, for the New York governor's race. Take a look at this between Zeldin and between Hochul here. Hochul at 69, Zeldin 31%. This is only with about 15% reporting right now. So it is early. You heard there from Linda Schmidt that the Zeldin camp is in it for the long haul. So we'll be on the lookout for updated numbers in the New York governor's race. Like Linda was saying, New York has not had a Republican governor since the early 90s with Governor George Pataki. So we will see if Republicans can, eke this out there in a very, very blue Democratic stronghold that is New York. In the meantime, we want to take just a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be bringing in more voices, more reporters, and giving you assessments and numbers of where these races stand and which states we're following very closely. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this election night. I'm Andrew Kraft. Let's put up the balance of power right now to see how things are looking both in the Senate side and the House side. Of course, that is what is at play tonight. All right, here at the Senate, Republicans need one pickup. Democrats at 41, Republicans at 40 currently. And then, of course, the House makeup there. Republicans need 5 pickups. And so we're going to keep this up. We're going to be bringing in more guests, getting more voices, more reporters to get a sense of what races they are following, what results they are reacting to. Stand by for that.
Maybe more? No? Okay. At least 5 grandchildren. And by the way, Lucy and Henley would have been here tonight, but it was past their bedtime. So I want to thank our campaign team, to Gus and Angel and Barb and Brock. We were lean and mean, but boy, they worked really hard. And I'm grateful for the job that they got done in helping us get across the state and make sure that we got our message out to the great people of South Dakota. And to my Senate team, I'm very blessed, folks. I have a team around me that's been around me for a long time, both here in South Dakota and in Washington, D.C., who are not only extraordinarily talented and just terrific professionals, but also really committed to being difference makers. They work hard every day. They deal with the issues that come through the door in our offices here in South Dakota and in Washington, D.C. And I am very, very fortunate to have the caliber of people serving us here in South Dakota, working as part of our team, both here in South Dakota and in Washington, D.C. Led, I might add, by Gettysburg native Ryan Nelson. So let me just say, and I know there's a lot of excitement in the room tonight. You're going to hear from a lot of people, and so I'll try and keep this brief. But as we think about the future, and what it holds for us here in South Dakota and what it holds for our country, there's a lot of challenge out there, and sometimes problems look big and they can seem and look overwhelming. But I will tell you that as I make decisions, as we face those challenges, I will make them obviously informed by, first and foremost, the people I represent, the people of South Dakota, as I always have. I will make those decisions also informed by that great team of advisors and circle that I have around me, and obviously also will make those decisions based on God's help, who I will turn to for wisdom every day. I think you know this by now, but I'm always going to level with you. I'm going to call them like I see them, and even when it makes people a little uncomfortable, maybe makes me a little unpopular, even when you don't agree with me, even if it makes you like me a little bit less, because I think policy is important. The policies for our country are important, but character is important, and truth, folks, is the ultimate principle. And I'm going to speak candidly with you at all times, as I always have, and hold up what I think is one of the most important qualities that we have and what separates and differentiates freedom-loving countries around the world, free societies, free countries. The foundation for that is truth. And we're going to keep speaking the truth. Now, and I will say just one other thing about that. I don't swear allegiance to any human being. I will take an oath in January to defend, support the Constitution of the United States of America against all enemies, foreign and domestic, so help me God. That's what the oath is going to say. And I will stay true to the Constitution, to the rule of law, and the great people here in South Dakota. That is what animates me on a daily basis, and that will continue to be the place I will look, the source of my strength and foundation. Let me just very briefly mention, as I think about, kind of our state and its history, I can't help but think of my own family's history. When my grandfather arrived on the shores of America back in 1906, and they went through at Ellis Island, the given name wasn't Thune. It was Yelsvik. It was spelled G-J-E-L-S-V-I-K. A lot of consonants there. And the immigration officials thought it would be difficult to spell and pronounce for people in this country, and so they asked them to change their name. And they picked the name of the farm where they worked near Bergen, Norway, called the Thune Farm. And so Nikolai Yelsvik became Nick Thune in America. And he and my great-uncle got out to my home area around Murdo and Jones County and went to work on the railroad. They were building the railroads, the transcontinental railroads across the United States. They worked on the railroad, they learned English, saved a little money, eventually started a small merchandising company, and eventually bought a hardware store in Mitchell, South Dakota called Thune Hardware. There's still a Thune Hardware in Mitchell, South Dakota. Family's not associated with it, but I always think of it as a symbol of my family's heritage. And when the Depression hit, they couldn't make two livings out of that hardware store, and so my grandfather got an opportunity to move back to my hometown of Murdo, and there he and my grandmother raised three sons in the middle of the Great Depression. All three of them joined the Navy. Two of them served in World War II. My Uncle Gib was at Pearl Harbor when it was hit, December 7th, 1941. My dad was a fighter pilot who flew combat missions off of the USS Intrepid during World War II, during some of the great naval battles in the Pacific, battles like the Battle of Leyte Gulf. My grandfather came here because of the hope and the promise that is America. They'd heard about this shining city on the hill, and they had a dream of getting to a place like that where they could make their way and pursue their version of the American dream. And my father and his brothers fought and defended those freedoms at a time, an important moment in history when somebody almost succeeded in taking them away. But it was always looking to the future, always looking to that better opportunity, that better life, that next generation of Americans and what we're going to do to improve their plight and their standing in life. And you all know we featured our grandkids in our television commercials this year. And the reason we did that is because it is always, ladies and gentlemen, about the future. It's about the future. You know, we can learn from the past, we can remember the past, we can honor the past, we can be informed by the past, but in the end, it's always about the future. And so as we look to the future that's ahead of us as a nation, there are some difficult challenges. I'll be the first to say we live in a dangerous world. All you have to do is turn on the television or pick up a newspaper to realize that. We got people here, working families across South Dakota, have been crushed under the weight of inflation and the economic impact that's having on their budgets and their pocketbooks. We have important, critical questions that divide the country. Questions like, when does life begin? Those are issues that we're going to be fighting over, and we can have fierce convictions, and I do, and believe me, I have strong convictions, I think, as you know, on a whole range of issues. But at the end of the day, we've got to resolve our differences at the ballot box. And every even-numbered year in November, going back for a couple centuries, we have elections. And we have an opportunity to set a new course and to chart a new vision, a different vision for the future of this country. And that's what this is about tonight. All across the country, people are voting. They're voting on issues that they care deeply about and passionately about. And we need to make sure that as we step up to the plate and provide leadership, that we are always focused on that future, on that dream, on that hope, on that promise that was the inspiration for my grandfather to get on a boat in Norway and come to the United States. Ronald Reagan once said, Ronald Reagan once said that freedom is always only one generation removed from extinction. It can't be passed on in the bloodstream. It has to be fought for and defended and handed down for our children to do the same, or one day we will spend our sunset years telling our children and grandchildren what it was once like to live in the United States of America where men were free. Freedom, democracy, we can't take them for granted, folks. Every generation has to do its part to fight and to defend and to continue to build that on that foundation that our founders gave us, that matchless Constitution, to make this country even stronger and to provide a better and a safer and a stronger and more prosperous future for future generations of Americans, and I say tonight, to future generations of South Dakotans. Thank you. God bless you, and may He continue to bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Where whether it's in Maricopa County today, you had a lawsuit filed already and slapped down by a Superior Court judge in Arizona over the ballot issues or the issues with the machines down there. And then in Pennsylvania, you had an issue with ballot machines running out of the paper they need to count the votes and process things that necessitated a judge extending the voting hours in that one county that includes, Wilkes-Barre in that area. And so you do have these situations where if what they're trying to do is prove that this process works well and should be the one that's in place, they didn't necessarily do a great job today of showing that this is the way it should work and could work.
Okay.
And so I do think they have more work to do to convince people that if we're going to move to this sort of lots of mail ballots, longer time frame to count them, things like that, I think they need to run it a little bit more smoothly.
Okay, final word from both of you, because like Ben was saying, the night is still young. Okay, Ben, we're still waiting for a lot of results in. What do you have your eye on going into this next hour here?
At this point, I think all eyes are going to be on Arizona. That Arizona is the big state for the Senate. That if Blake Masters wins in Arizona, there's no path for Democrats to hold on to the Senate. That Democrats need Mark Kelly to win to hold on to the Senate. Looking at what happens in some of the statewide offices, that to me is the whole ballgame. That whoever wins Arizona will have control of the Senate in 2023.
And Spencer, final word from you.
Yeah, I think obviously a lot of attention on Arizona now for the rest of the night, but also looking at some of these congressional races as they're still playing out along the border districts in Texas, as well as looking to see at what happens in Nevada with the Laxalt Cortez Masto race. I think a lot of people are looking to see sort of what, if this is a red wave sort of a situation in Nevada tonight, how much the Republicans can run up the lead there.
All right. Gentlemen, we appreciate your time and your reporting too, Spencer Brown, Ben Jacobs. And stick around if you have time. We're going to be moving on, though, to some of these other states, and we appreciate it. We'll talk to you again.
Thanks so much.
All right, and we just want to let you kind of see what we're monitoring here on LiveNOW. Some of these LiveNOW looks that we have up. You can see there, this one in Mar-a-Lago, down in Palm Beach, the former president's residence there. A lot of supporters out and about. We also have a lot of events going on right now. Let's put up this one here. the Senator Raphael Warnock event in Georgia. Georgia, very, very too close to call. So we've been showing you, at least in the last couple of hours, some of the speakers at the Herschel Walker event. No one has taken the stage there yet in Georgia at the Warnock event. The key Senate race there. We'll bring you numbers after the break about where things stand in Georgia with the governor's race and the Senate race. Also, live look at this one here. Okay, so this is Herschel Walker's, and you can see there people kind of milling about, waiting for more results in. We're not going to be expecting these speakers until really late in the night. That's kind of how these things go. So just want to throw up the balance of power graphic up again. Here you can see the majority there in the House and the majority there in the Senate, and what Republicans need to take back those majorities and what Democrats need to keep them. You can see the breakdown as it stands right now. A lot of these congressional races have been called, especially for incumbents who were not necessarily facing difficult contests or matchups. So we're coming up on the 8 o'clock hour here Mountain Time, almost 10 o'clock there Eastern. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we're going to be bringing you some results. We are getting some in from Texas. We're getting some in from Massachusetts, some of these other congressional races. As we go into this next hour, we'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this election night. 8 o'clock here Mountain Time, 10 o'clock on the East Coast. So we're going to get into some more of these remarks from some of these victors claiming their victory tonight in some of these election speeches, including Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker winning re-election against his Republican opponent. Let's let you listen in to some of those remarks. This happened in the last hour.
team has worked to play a lead role in getting 16 different bills passed or otherwise implemented. They deal with livestock issues, inflation, the supply chain, tribal affairs, trade. But there are even bigger bills that we're going to have an opportunity to get passed in the next Congress. And my commitment to you is that I'm going to bring the same can-do attitude to the majority that I brought to the minority, because the American people have given Republicans a chance to lead. But gang, we cannot squander this opportunity. We cannot get distracted by shiny objects. We cannot allow anger to drive us off the path.
And I'm grateful tonight. I'm grateful tonight that Illinois continues a long tradition of peaceful and fair elections. And I am so thrilled to spend 4 more years as your governor. There are a few people that I want to thank this evening, starting with my wonderful wife and children. Public service is demanding, especially on the loved ones who sacrifice more than they asked for. So to MK and to Teddy and Don, thank you for supporting me in this endeavor. I love you more than life itself. To my running mate and the best lieutenant governor Illinois has ever known, Juliana, I'm privileged every day of this wild ride to have your partnership, share in your strength, and find joy in your friendship. Thank you, thank you, thank you. To my campaign manager, Mike Olin, tremendous staff, you are the finest campaign team anywhere. 2 of the nation's biggest MAGA Republican billionaires, along with their teams of political grifters, they spewed lies and innuendo, and you showed them that Illinois is a state that stands up for working families and rejects their selfish agenda. To Ann Caprera, who can finish my sentences and almost knows before I do what my instincts are on every policy matter, the depths of my gratitude and admiration are endless. Most importantly, to the people of Illinois, thank you for placing your trust in me to carry out this mission for 4 more years. I won't let you down. Are you ready for the fight? Now that's a question that I've ended a lot of my political speeches with during this campaign. But tonight, I begin with it. 90 years ago, Illinois elected a new governor named Henry Horner, who took office in 1933 during the Great Depression and when fascism was on the rise worldwide. Shortly after his inauguration, he delivered one of the most important speeches of his. In retrospect, his words were eerily timeless and prescient. Horner said, "We all realize that we are living in abnormal and unusual times. times requiring unusually clear thinking and sacrificial action. Do you realize that our vaunted civilization is at stake and the responsibility of preserving it is laid upon all of us who believe in sustaining it? That was Henry Horner's way of asking his audience, are you ready for the fight? Well, when I was making the decision to run for a second term as governor of Illinois, I asked myself if I was ready for the fight again. Because this is a moment requiring a steel spine for the years ahead, as our nation's fundamental ideals are under siege. I love this job, and I've never shied away from its demands. I love you too. But if I was going to serve for another 4 years, I wanted to make sure that I was prepared to bring the happy warrior spirit into this job again. Because leading the fight in a battle ought to bring joy if the purpose is meaningful. Optimism in politics is often dismissed as Pollyanna-ish. But like most virtues worth cultivating, its power is in its humility. I admire happy warriors, and I think of myself as among them, because here's what it is to be a happy warrior: to find calm when the times are chaotic, to respond to cruelty with compassion, to gladly be the first to suit up for a worthwhile battle and be the last to give up in a difficult dogfight, to celebrate victory but never dwell in it, to laud progress but never let it be enough. And precisely when the battles are hard and the challenges many, that's when the spelunkers for misery feed off the dark fears that people harbor in difficult times. And that is the moment when a happy warrior can carry us forward and says, I've been in this dark place before and I know the way out. Let's be honest, the abnormal and unusual times that Henry Horner talked about are here once again. And just like back then, our values are under siege, but they are worth fighting for. And I will not let our challenges crush the spirit that I've always brought to this job. Facing this moment requires that every happy warrior find a little bit of a nomadic warrior in them as well. Facing this moment means fighting these battles together. Together we must be bold, and we must never shy away from our big D democratic or little d democratic values. Together with pride and dignity, today we reaffirm what we are fighting for. Jobs that lift you up, not wear you down. A quality education that's not just a prize you win for growing up in the right part of town or being born to the right set of parents. Access to health care that doesn't just keep you alive, but keeps you healthy. Better wages that fund joy and not just survival. A world that's just a little bit easier to live in, where it's not so hard to make ends meet. Climate and an environment that is made better for our children than the way we found it. Public safety that brings peace to our neighborhoods, justice to our communities, and addresses not only the aftermath of crime, but the causes of it. A world where public health policy is based on science, not fantasy. One where polio and AIDS and, yes, COVID can be eradicated by new discoveries and not just wished away by Facebook fakery.
All right, you've been listening in to J.B. Pritzker, who just won re-election as governor of Illinois, and so he will have 4 more years in the governor's mansion in Springfield. I'm Andrew Kraft. I want to thank you for being with us on this midterm election night, and the balance of power, of course, still at play. Let's put that up yet again. Here is how the House is breaking down right now, and the Senate. Okay, so let's start from kind of east to west here about some of the races that have been called and some of the races that are still outstanding, but we do have numbers in. Okay, let's first focus on the New Hampshire Senate race. We're going to put this up right now. Take a look at this. This is the breakdown with 25% reporting. Maggie Hassan, the Democratic incumbent, 59% to her Republican challenger, Don Bolduc, at 39%. So they're the New Hampshire Senate. Remember, Republicans want to pick up this seat. Some of the reporters that we've spoken to think that Hassan will hang on to this seat. So we'll monitor that. Let's keep moving westward across the country here. We also have New York governor's race with Democratic incumbent Kathy Hochul and Republican challenger Lee Zeldin. All right, Zeldin down at 31% to Hochul's 69% with 15% in. So there's a long way to go in this race. We were talking to Linda Schmidt there in New York at the Zeldin party. All right, this is an interesting race here. Let's focus on the Massachusetts governor's race. Maura Healey has won this race, the Associated Press calling that for her against Jeff Dial, her Republican opponent. So this is somewhat historic, and I'm going to tell you why, because Maura Healey has now become the first openly gay person and the first woman elected as governor of Massachusetts. She beat Jeff Dial, her Trump-backed opponent. So remember, this is a Democratic pickup in the governor's mansion there in Massachusetts, because remember, Republican Charlie Baker did not want to seek re-election. Maura Healey was his his attorney general, and she now becomes the governor of Massachusetts. So interesting race there, a historic race there in Massachusetts. Let's keep going westward here. We're going to stay, though, in the Northeast. We have a few more races. Okay. Connecticut Senate race. This one was pretty interesting, too. You heard a lot about the Republican challenger, Leora Levy, trying to unseat longtime Democratic incumbent Senator Richard Blumenthal, falling, very, very short there, the margin by 10. Blumenthal winning this race 55 to Levy's 45 with only 20% in, and the AP calling it for Senator Blumenthal. He gets 6 more years in the Senate there in Connecticut. Okay, let's keep moving here. And remember, we have been talking a lot tonight about Florida. And, of course, the Senate race in Florida, going to Marco Rubio, the Republican, easily clinching victory from his Democratic opponent, Congresswoman Val Demings. We showed you those remarks live as they happened, both the Demings concession speech and the Rubio victory speech. So Rubio remains a senator for 6 more years. We also have more Florida races, I believe. All right, let's focus more on North Carolina Senate. This is another interesting race. Democrats want this seat back from Republicans. Obviously, Sherry Beasley there, who is a former North Carolina Supreme Court judge, is at 47. This is with 67% of votes reported in, to Ted Budd's 51%. So this race shaping up to be quite interesting. I believe we do have some live looks in each of their election night watch parties. Ted Budd, a Republican member of Congress, he's backed by the former president. He wants this seat. Now, this is the seat vacated by outgoing Republican Richard Burr, who decided not to run for re-election. So Republicans want this seat in Republican hands still. We'll keep an eye on it. All right, and let's keep moving here. Florida governor race. We heard from both Charlie Crist and Ron DeSantis tonight, and DeSantis clinching victory there in Florida, thanking his supporters, speaking with his wife, First Lady Casey DeSantis. Charlie Crist coming up 20 points short. Easy victory there for DeSantis. All right, and we're just going to keep moving here westward across the country, and let's go to the Ohio governor's race. Remember, we brought you Ohio Governor Mike DeWine winning re-election there pretty easily against his Democratic opponent, Nan Whaley, the former mayor of Dayton, Ohio. But let's check in on the Ohio Senate race. We haven't brought you some of these numbers at all tonight. This is really one that Democrats have an eye on. They want to get this out of Republican hands. But you can see there 68% of votes reported in. Democrat Congressman Tim Ryan there at 56% to his Republican challenger, J.D. Vance. So this is not too close, but some are saying too close to call. These are the most up-to-date numbers that we are bringing you, so we'll keep an eye on this. If Democrats do pull this off, that would be quite the upset there against J.D. Vance and rock-solid red Ohio. So we'll keep up to date in Ohio there. So I know we are kind of rifling through these pretty fast, but we want to make sure you have the most up-to-date, accurate information in these races all across the country. Okay, Pennsylvania, everyone's talking about Pennsylvania, as you know. Let's get an update on the numbers there in the Senate race between Dr. Oz, the Republican, and Democrat John Fetterman there. Okay, so about 24% in here. Dr. Oz trailing at 43%, Fetterman up by 54 there. So this is very, very early. They have a lot more ballots to count here. And of course, we're going to keep you up to speed there. Live now look at Mar-a-Lago. Former President Trump just spoke there to his supporters. We will bring you some of those remarks as well. He just wrapped up speaking. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're also going to get live reporting in from one of these other key battleground states. That, of course, is Nevada. We'll be checking in with one of our reporters there about where things stand. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this election night. Live Now look there in Mar-a-Lago, the former president kind of taking a victory lap, talking to his supporters there about some of his endorsements that have been successful tonight. We want to focus more, though, on some of these key Senate races, including out there in Wisconsin. We want to be joined now by Fox 6 Milwaukee reporter Sam Kramer, who is at the Ron Johnson watch party. Sam, good to see you. Looks like a lot more people are in the room since when we last spoke. How's the feeling there?
Yeah, definitely a lot more people than when you guys were with us a little bit earlier. The energy is really just kind of continue to crescendo as the night has gone on. There's food, there's music going on, and they're watching the Fox broadcast, national broadcast, as these results trickle in. So far, it's actually not in Johnson's favor. At last check, Mandela Barnes, the current lieutenant governor, and his Democratic challenger leads by between 1% and 2%, with about 40% of the precincts reporting. So there's a lot of time here, but you wouldn't know that this race is so razor thin based on the energy in this room. I've spoken with about a dozen or so Johnson supporters, and they all appear very confident. In fact, more confident than the senator is in himself, just based on his stance, based on what they believe he has done to really secure their vote and secure thousands, hundreds of thousands of other votes here in Wisconsin, really pertaining to his take on inflation, rising crime in cities like Milwaukee, securing the southern border, and so much more.
Yeah, Sam, we were just putting up some of the numbers that you were just alluding to there. You know, are people from the Johnson camp, at least some of his campaign staffers, kind of milling about? Are you talking to them? Are they worried because of this? I know only 34% is in. It's too early, but have they expressed any, I guess, apprehension maybe?
We haven't really, well, we've seen some campaign staffers about, communications folks, as well as some of his policy advisors, but again, same thing. Look at their facial expressions, kind of look at their body language, and there really isn't much to say that they are nervous at this point. I think they expected there to be turnout, and I had a conversation with the Republican Party of Wisconsin Chairman Paul Farrow, who happens to also be the county executive in Waukesha County. He told us he's actually expecting there to be really high turnout, and while that would normally perhaps not go in the way of Republicans, they are encouraged by it. For the last 2 years, really since Trump lost Wisconsin in 2020, they have been working hard and kind of going back to the drawing board almost as far as how to recapture that Republican vote here in Wisconsin. One of the things they did is told people, you need to get involved. Doesn't matter if it's a midterm, a primary, what have you, you need to get involved. And they saw, you know, a marked increase in the number of volunteers that took part in some of these campaigns, in, you know, in call campaigns to get people to the polls. So, so far, they remain confident in the work that they have put in really over the last 2 years, specifically on the Johnson campaign, really since January.
All right, Fox 6's Sam Kramer there with some really good reporting out there in Wisconsin, and we'll just have to wait and see. Sam, you know, you've been speaking to a lot of people in the room there, and you and I have spoken in the run-up to this cycle and to today about the issues that matter most to these voters here. And so are they expecting, you know, finalized results tonight, or is the counting going to continue, rather, throughout the morning there?
From what we have seen so far, and I've been checking Twitter periodically for one of the Wisconsin Elections Commission members, actually kind of peeling back the curtain, if you will, to kind of share what she has been saying. It sounds like some counting in some municipalities is going well. Other times it isn't, and it really just kind of depends on staffing. You know, a lot of things have changed in the last few years. Milwaukee has kind of expedited its process. They've brought in more technology to speed that up, just on the basis that they have so many ballots. So just turning around to see the room has suddenly gone a little bit quiet. But she said that Wauwatosa, that's a city just west of Milwaukee, is likely going to go to 5 o'clock in the morning because of a staffing shortage. There's a state law that prohibits election workers from going home before the counts are tabulated. So they have to get it done. If it's not tonight, it's tomorrow morning. You know, you look back to 2020, this presidential election, you know, when Republicans went home, if they went home for the night, Donald Trump was ahead. But once the central count numbers, which were all the absentee ballots in Milwaukee County, where Democrats have a marked advantage, once those came in, it completely flipped. You know, the message that Democrats and Republicans saw on TV, again, flipped completely from Tuesday night to Wednesday morning. So I expect a lot more people to pay attention tonight, knowing that that can happen.
All right, Sam Kramer, good stuff there. We'll be checking in again. We appreciate it, and you know, have fun tonight. I know this is going to be very, very, very close, and we'll keep an eye on it. Thanks, Sam.
Yeah, thanks. We'll be here.
All right, let's focus more on some of these early results, early numbers, and other race calls. Let's go out now to Michigan. Take a look at the breakdown there in the Michigan governor's race between incumbent Democrat Gretchen Whitmer to her Republican opponent Tudor Dixon. So about 20% in right now. Whitmer up at 51% to Dixon's 47%. So we'll keep an eye on this. Gretchen Whitmer wants 4 more years in Lansing to Tudor Dixon, who has never held a public elected office before, and she wants to unseat Whitmer there in Michigan. In the meantime, we want to focus on more of these other states, especially in the South, like Georgia. We have a few live looks in Georgia from the Warnock event. You can see the podium up, and the Herschel Walker event here. Obviously, things are quite close in these Georgia Senate elections, and we're also getting numbers in, and I believe maybe a final tally, a final result in the Georgia gubernatorial election. We're going to put that up now. Let's look at some of these. Oh, wow, very, very close here, with 70% reporting there for the Georgia Senate race. Take a look at this. Raphael Warnock at 49, Herschel Walker at 49. And now remember, one of these candidates needs to get to 50. If they don't, it automatically goes to a runoff election. And so, remember, that is what happened back in 2020. Warnock won his runoff against then-Senator Kelly Loeffler, you'll remember, just 2 years ago. So very, very close there in Georgia. I also believe we have results in from the Georgia gubernatorial election between incumbent Republican Brian Kemp and his Democratic opponent, Stacey Abrams. Take a look at this. With 70% reporting, Abrams down to at 45% to Kemp's 54%. So Abrams trailing by a lot there. Oh, it looks like Herschel Walker has just stepped up on the stage there at his rally. Let's watch.
Is this an exciting night or what? I'm Doug Flutie. I have an opportunity to introduce Herschel here for you. This has been an exciting night. Been a good friend of mine for years. Brothers for life. This guy knows how to win. It's going to be a long night, but things are looking good. Everybody upstairs say the numbers look great. Herschel Walker.
Hello. Hey, these two little boys, and one little boy is always positive in life. No matter whatever happened to that kid, he was positive about it. But this other little kid was always negative. No matter whatever was going on in his kid's life, he was negative about everything. And the father don't know what's going on with these kids because they're twins, but they're so opposite. So around Christmas time, he tried a little experiment. He put this negative little kid in his room, nothing but brand new toys. But he put this positive little kid in his room, nothing but horse manure. And after an hour or so, he looked down on this negative little kid and he was complaining, I don't want this, I want that. I don't want this, I want this. And the father knew that this kid is never going to amount to anything because nothing ever makes him happy. But he looks in on the kid that's in the room with the horseman. He got a shovel. He's shoving his horseman over his shoulder. He's laughing and singing and having a good time. First thing the father thinks, this kid's got to be crazy. But he said, son, what's going on? What's going on, little boy? You know, Dad, as much horseman there is in this room, there must be a pony at the bottom of it. And the reason I'm telling you that right now, guys, we got a pony at the end of this right here. I can tell you this right now. Because I'm telling you right now, I'm like Ricky Bobby. I don't come to lose. And I told you, he's going to be tough to beat. He's going to be tough to beat, but let me tell you what, he got the wrong Georgia here, don't he? So I want to tell y'all, if you can hang in there a little bit longer, just hang in there a little bit longer, because something good, it takes a while for it to get better. And it's going to get better. So I wanted to thank you guys for hanging in. And if some of you have to go home, you can wake up tomorrow morning and see that the new senator for the great state of Georgia is Herschel Walker. So I want to tell you guys, and I want to thank you guys for coming out. And thank you guys for being here. And thank you guys for all your support. I'm not leaving you. I'm up there, they call it a war room. And I say it's a blessing. Now, I'm up there in this room that I've been blessed. So I'm ready. And I know you guys are ready as well. So, hey, God bless you guys. Let's just keep it going. God bless. Thank you guys so much.
In wide wonder at the joy they had found. The head nurse spoke up, said, leave this one alone. She could tell right away that I was bad to the the bone, bad to the bone, bad to the bone, bad, bad to the bone. I broke 1,000 hearts before I met you. I'll break 1,000 more, baby.
I think it's worth remembering where we were as a nation. Late 2020, when all of us were working together. 4,000 Americans dying per day of COVID-19, double-digit unemployment. A nation as divided as it had ever been in modern American history, ripped apart by divisive politics, cynical politics. And the whole nation turned its eyes on Georgia. The whole nation looked to Georgia to make a statement about what America was about. The whole nation turned its eyes on you. And we stood up, Georgia. We stood up and we worked and we knocked on those doors and we did everything that it took. And we sent Senator Raphael Warnock to the United States Senate. And let me tell you this, whether we win it all tonight or we fight on until December, we will send Senator Reverend Warnock back to the Senate again to represent us. We were in rough shape. It wasn't just COVID, economic crisis. Our nation's soul needed healing. Years of division, years of toxic rhetoric and toxic politics, years of incompetence. We needed ministry. And so, Georgia, you didn't just send to the U.S. Senate a pastor who became a senator. We sent to the U.S. Senate a pastor for the Senate. We sent to the U.S. Senate someone uniquely qualified to tend not just to our physical healing, but also to our spiritual healing. To help lead the vital work of reuniting this state and reuniting our country. And I have seen up close how Raphael Warnock has done that work. This is a man who has earned respect universally on both sides of the aisle in the U.S. Senate. This is a man who has consistently put our state above political party and above himself. This is a man who will work with anybody to do what's right for the people of Georgia. And as Senator Warnock often reminds us, only in America is his story even possible. The state of Georgia sent a pastor to the U.S. Senate. The state of Georgia sent a native son who grew up in the Savannah Projects to the Senate. The state of Georgia.
Okay, John Ossoff there, speaking to supporters at the Raphael Warnock rally in Georgia. Once the senator comes up on stage and addresses supporters, we'll make sure we bring that to you. Georgia, obviously one of these main states we're focusing on. There's the breakdown of where the numbers stand in your lower box there. You can see 49 to 49, very close, too close to call in the Georgia Senate race. In the meantime, let's focus on Pennsylvania as we kind of get into more of these battleground states. We want to head out now to Fox 29 in Philadelphia. The Fox News decision desk calling the governor's race for one Democrat, Josh Shapiro, the attorney general in the state, now becoming governor, beating out the Republican Doug Mastriano by quite a sizable margin. Let's listen into our folks there at Fox 29 in Philly. All right, and unfortunately, we just missed them. They were talking about the governor's race there. It has now been called for Josh Shapiro. Why don't we take a commercial break as well, and we'll reset when we return. So now 38% are in at the moment. And so I believe what polls closed about an hour and 45 minutes ago here in Arizona. Now, remember, if you were still in line, you could cast your ballot here in Arizona. And you're seeing there that obviously Republicans want to get this seat, to pick this seat up, take it away from a Democrat, to get the majority back in the Senate. Let's put up the balance of power here. This is where it stands: 42 Democrats in the Senate, 41 Republicans in the House, 55 Democrats, 99 Republicans. So things are moving along quite quickly. Unfortunately, don't have too many results at least in Arizona, but these are very early. It's going to be a long night here in Arizona. We'll be speaking to some of our pollsters and experts here in Arizona yet again. And then, of course, the Arizona governor's race, 37% in. Katie Hobbs at 55% to Kari Lake's 45% here in Arizona. Of course, both of these candidates, they want to take the governor's mansion here in Phoenix. It's been in Republican hands for 8 years. Kari Lake wants to continue that for another 4 years. And Katie Hobbs, currently the Arizona Secretary of State, the chief election administrator and officer here in the state. And we'll kind of keep you updated on some of these races here. We want to move across the country. We wanted to update you as well in the Texas governor's race between Greg Abbott and Beto O'Rourke. Some outlets have called this. The Associated Press has not just yet. 59% of votes in. Abbott kind of trouncing Beto O'Rourke there at the moment. You can see 54% for Greg Abbott to Beto O'Rourke's 45%. So remember, Beto mounted a presidential primary run back in 2020. Back in 2018, he took on Republican Senator Ted Cruz for the Senate seat, falling up short in both, doing that still again here. So if we get some of the remarks in from both Abbott or O'Rourke, we'll make sure to bring those to you here on Live Now from Fox. Okay, so we also have a live now look, speaking of Texas, inside Beto O'Rourke's watch party there in Texas. So if he comes to the podium or the stage or some of his supporters, we'll make sure to bring you those remarks. We also have a live look as well in Greg Abbott's watch party. Remember, that was in McAllen, Texas, and we were speaking with one of our Fox 26 Houston reporters from there about a couple of hours ago, kind of choosing that strategically, wisely, what have you, about one of these border towns holding that election night watch party there for Abbott. In the meantime, let's hear from some more of these senators who have won re-election, including Senator John Thune, the Republican from South Dakota, winning re-election yet again. Remember, he's quite high up in Senate Republican leadership, number 2 to Mitch McConnell's number 1. He gave remarks at his watch party thanking supporters. Let's listen.
Knows me well, knows that our daughters are my pride and joy. And now I got 2 great sons-in-law, Scott and Luke, and 5 great grandchildren. Maybe more? No? Okay. At least 5 grandchildren. And by the way, Lucy and Henley would have been here tonight, but it was past their bedtime. So I want to thank our campaign team, to Gus and Angel and Barb and Brock. We were lean and mean. But boy, they worked really hard, and I'm grateful for the job that they got done in helping us get across the state and make sure that we got our message out to the great people of South Dakota. And to my Senate team, I'm very blessed, folks. I have a team around me that's been around me for a long time, both here in South Dakota and in Washington, D.C., who are not only extraordinarily talented and just terrific professionals, but also really committed to being difference makers. They work hard every day. They deal with the issues that come through the door in our offices here in South Dakota and in Washington, D.C. And I am very, very fortunate to have the caliber of people serving us here in South Dakota, working as part of our team, both here in South Dakota and in Washington, D.C. Led, I might add, by Gettysburg native Ryan Nelson. So let me just say, and I know there's a lot of excitement in the room tonight. You're going to hear from a lot of people, and so I'll try and keep this brief. But as we think about the future, and what it holds for us here in South Dakota and what it holds for our country, there's a lot of challenge out there. And sometimes problems look big and they can seem and look overwhelming. But I will tell you that as I make decisions, as we face those challenges, I will make them, obviously, informed by, first and foremost, the people I represent, the people of South Dakota, as I always have. I will make those decisions. I will make those decisions also informed by that great team of advisors and circle that I have around me. And obviously, also will make those decisions based on God's help, who I will turn to for wisdom every day. I think you know this by now, but I'm always going to level with you. I'm going to call them like I see them. And even when it makes people a little uncomfortable, maybe makes me a little unpopular, even when you don't agree with me, even if it makes you like me a little bit less, because I think policy is important. The policies for our country are important, but character is important. And truth, folks, is the ultimate principle. And I'm going to speak candidly with you at all times, as I always have, and hold up what I think is one of the most important qualities that we have and what separates and differentiates freedom-loving countries around the world, free societies, free countries. The foundation for that is truth. And we're going to keep speaking the truth. Now, and I will say just one other thing about that. I don't swear allegiance to any human being. I will take an oath in January to defend, support the Constitution of the United States of America against all enemies, foreign and domestic, so help me God. That's what the oath is going to say. And I will stay true to the Constitution, to the rule of law, and to the great people here in South Dakota. That is what animates me on a daily basis, and that will continue to be the place I will look, the source of my strength and foundation. Let me just very briefly mention, as I think about, kind of our state and its history, I can't help but think of my own family's history. When my grandfather arrived on the shores of America back in 1906, and they went through at Ellis Island, the given name wasn't Thune. It was Yelsvik. It was spelled G-J-E-L-S-V-I-K. A lot of consonants there. And the immigration officials thought it would be difficult to spell and pronounce for people in this country, and so they asked them to change their name. And they picked the name of the farm where they worked near Bergen, Norway, called the Thune Farm. And so Nikolai Yelsvik became Nick Thune in America. And he and my great-uncle got out to my home area around Murdo and Jones County and went to work on the railroad. They were building the railroads, the transcontinental railroads across the United States. They worked on the railroad, they learned English, saved a little money, eventually started a small merchandising company, and eventually bought a hardware store in Mitchell, South Dakota called Thune Hardware. There's still a Thune Hardware in Mitchell, South Dakota. The family's not associated with it, but I always think of it as a symbol of my family's heritage. And when the Depression hit, they couldn't make two livings out of that hardware store, and so my grandfather got an opportunity to move back to my hometown of Murdo, and there he and my grandmother raised three sons in the middle of the Great Depression. All three of them joined the Navy. Two of them served in World War II. My Uncle Gib was at Pearl Harbor when it was hit, December 7th, 1941. My dad was a fighter pilot who flew combat missions off of the USS Intrepid during World War II, during some of the great naval battles in the Pacific, battles like the Battle of Leyte Gulf. My grandfather came here because of the hope and the promise that is America. They'd heard about this shining city on the hill, and they had a dream of getting to a place like that where they could make their way and pursue their version of the American dream. And my father and his brothers fought and defended those freedoms at a time, an important moment in history when somebody almost succeeded in taking them away. But it was always looking to the future, always looking to that better opportunity, that better life, that next generation of Americans and what we're going to do to improve their plight and their standing in life. And you all know we featured our grandkids in our television commercials this year. And the reason we did that is because it is always, ladies and gentlemen, about the future. It's about the future. You know, we can learn from the past, we can remember the past, we can honor the past, we can be informed by the past, but in the end, it's always about the future. And so as we look to the future that's ahead of us as a nation, there are some difficult challenges. I'll be the first to say we live in a dangerous world. All you have to do is turn on the television or pick up a newspaper to realize that. We got people here, working families across South Dakota, have been crushed under the weight of inflation and the economic impact that's having on their budgets and their pocketbooks. We have important, critical questions that divide the country. Questions like, when does life begin? Those are issues that we're going to be fighting over. And we can have fierce convictions, and I do, and believe me, I have strong convictions, I think, as you know, on a whole range of issues. But at the end of the day, we've got to resolve our differences at the ballot box. And every even-numbered year in November, going back for a couple centuries, we have elections. And we have an opportunity to set a new course and to chart a new vision, a different vision for the future of this country. And that's what this is about tonight. All across the country, people are voting. They're voting on issues that they care deeply about and passionately about. And we need to make sure that as we step up to the plate and provide leadership, that we are always focused on that future, on that dream, on that hope, on that promise that was the inspiration for my grandfather to get on a boat in Norway and come to the United States. Ronald Reagan once said that freedom is always only one generation removed from extinction. It can't be passed on in the bloodstream. It has to be fought for and defended and handed down for our children to do the same, or one day we will spend our sunset years telling our children and grandchildren what it was once like to live in the United States of America where men were free. Freedom, democracy, we can't take them for granted, folks. Every generation has to do its part to fight and to defend and to continue to build that on that foundation that our founders gave us, that matchless Constitution, to make this country even stronger and to provide a better and a safer and a stronger and more prosperous future for future generations of Americans, and I say tonight, to future generations of South Dakotans. Thank you. God bless you, and may He continue to bless the United States of America. Thank you.
All right, you've been watching Senator John Thune there, the Republican from South Dakota, in his victory remarks as he won re-election there. He is pretty high up in Senate Republican leadership, number 2 to Mitch McConnell's number 1. So, Republicans take back the Senate in this midterm election. We'll see where John Thune kind of ranks yet again in the Senate leadership there for the Republicans. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us on election night here on Live Now from Fox. We've been taking you all across the country, speaking to our reporters at some of these election night watch parties with so many of these candidates. Let's just show you what we are seeing right now. Take a look at this. This right here is the watch party for Josh Shapiro, who has won the Pennsylvania governor's race against his Republican challenger, Doug Mastriano. When he steps up to the podium there, it looks like this event is about to get started. We will bring you those remarks. We're also in touch with our Fox 29 Philadelphia folks and some of their coverage as they bring on experts talking about what Pennsylvania means. And so it looks like the governor's mansion there in Harrisburg will stay blue. And so remember, Josh Shapiro was the attorney general for the state of Pennsylvania. But a lot of these ballots are still being counted, especially in Pennsylvania, especially in the Senate race between Dr. Mehmet Oz and his Democratic challenger, Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman. So once Shapiro steps up to the podium and gives his election victory remarks, we'll air those live. We have a few other Live Now looks at this point in time. We're approaching the 9 o'clock hour here, Mountain Time, almost 11 p.m. Eastern. And we have live looks as well in this, in McAllen, Texas. Take a look at this. We're waiting for Texas Governor Greg Abbott. We're also waiting for his Democratic challenger, Beto O'Rourke, at his election night watch party. That's where this is taking place. That's in Houston, Texas. We also have the breakdown as well. It does look like the Associated Press has now called this for Texas Governor Greg Abbott. He does, he will win re-election, beating Beto O'Rourke, the Democrat, pretty handedly there in Texas. So Greg Abbott, 4 more years there in the governor's mansion in Austin. Now, we've been speaking about what Beto O'Rourke might do, what political fortunes might he have still left in his back pocket after a string of losses in many cycles there in Texas, including most recently the 2018 Senate race against Republican Senator Ted Cruz. We are going to approach the 9 o'clock hour here. We want to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be hearing, hopefully, from Josh Shapiro, also from our Fox 29 Philadelphia reporters and anchors there as they track the races in the Keystone State. We'll also be bringing on reporters in Nevada as the polls will close there very, very soon, and tracking some of those races in Nevada as well. More on that in 2 minutes.
What's going on, everybody? What's going on, Georgia Democrats? It's good to see each and every last one of you all. This is a fantastic night. I'm excited to see all of you because this is the culmination of all the work that each and every last one of you have done to make sure that we make this state consistently blue for the United States of America. Listen, I know all of you have voted. I know all of you have knocked on doors and given money and made phone calls to make sure that we continue to show that when you make investments in the state of Georgia, when our Democratic Party makes investments in the state of Georgia, good things happen. And tonight, my friend, our pastor, and our Senator, Raphael Warnock, is going to return to the United States Senate. Listen, I'm more than excited to serve as your mayor. And one of the reasons why I'm excited to serve as your mayor is because up in Congress, in the United States Senate, and in the House of Representatives, and in the White House are people who think like us and look out for the city of Atlanta. Without a Warnock, and without an Ossoff, and without a Kamala Harris, we would not have had the American Rescue Act. We would not have had that plan. Now let me tell you, those individuals, when we did what we had to do in 2020 to make sure that Biden became president, and when we did what we had to do in 2021 to make sure that Warnock and Ossoff got into the Senate, we did Georgia a favor. We did the city of Atlanta a huge favor because right now, those votes that they've taken for the American Rescue Plan Act money have allowed me to be able to help a lot of people that were suffering in Forest Cove, be able to move those people from deplorable conditions in our city to help those folks get housing that is clean, safe, warm, and rodent-free, all because of the vote that Warnock took in the United States Senate. We were able to give money, a lot of money, to small businesses that had been suffering after the COVID-19 pandemic. We were able to give tens of millions of dollars to small businesses in this city, my hometown, because of the vote that Warnock and Ossoff took in the United States Senate. We were able to help people that are sleeping on the streets of the city of Atlanta that's experiencing homelessness. We were able to build affordable housing. We were able to do a lot of wonderful things for people that are suffering because of the votes that were taken by Senator Warnock and Senator Ossoff. So I'm not telling you about somebody I'm hoping is going to do good in the United States Senate. I'm talking about somebody who's already stood in the gap for Atlantans, for Georgians, and for Americans. When Democrats like you, and you show up for these candidates, good things happen. When investments come from across the country, because you know right now, the city of Atlanta is vying to make sure that we have the Democratic National Convention in 2024. We're hoping to have the DNC 2024 right here in the city. When Democrats make investments in this city, good things happen. Good things like tonight, because we're going to re-elect my friend, our pastor, United States Senator Raphael Warnock, back to the United States Senate. Now, I'm a born native of Atlanta, a Georgia boy. And so I know the long history of this state having a tint of red to it. But I saw you show up. I saw you dig deep. I saw you work hard. And I saw you turn this state blue. And I know tonight the eyes of the entire country are watching this room tonight. And so this room is where the magic is going to happen once again, because I love this candidate. I love his consistency. I love his message. And I don't want another Walker in the United States Senate. We need a runner, and that runner, as Pastor Bryant said, we need a runner. We need somebody who will lead, and that leader is Senator Raphael Warnock. So the Georgia Democrats, I love you, I thank you, and let's continue to make this state blue. God bless you.
All right, it's time to have a party. Check, check. Here we go. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Check, check, check.
Little Bruce? Okay, Bruce is saying, yes, this is it. So the very latest we have, stay with us here because, again, this is changing minute by minute. These votes are being tabulated and shared with us by the AP by the minute. So, as you can see right now, this is the lead. We do have our teams covering this Senate race. We start with Kelly Rule with the Fetterman campaign in Pittsburgh. Kelly.
Jason, you said it, this race is really tightening up here. We are standing by for Democratic Senate John Fetterman to come out on stage. We were told by his campaign staff that was going to happen tonight. Obviously, again, the race is early, but it's tight, and we're just waiting to see if he's going to come back out. There was a podium out here earlier, and they have since removed it so people could watch the results coming in, so we are waiting to see if that will happen. We do know that Pittsburgh's mayor did come out here to speak to the crowd around 9 or so, reiterating what Fetterman had said repeatedly repeatedly on the campaign trail that they want every vote to count. And earlier today, Fetterman's campaign filed a lawsuit to have mail-in ballots counted, even if not signed with a valid date. We also saw Fetterman's wife, Giselle, show up. We saw her greeting people all over the venue. She was on the second floor by the bar and in front of the stage behind me, but we haven't seen her for at least an hour or so. The crowd does audibly cheer anytime Fetterman's name appears on the screen, as these early voting results have started to come in. As we mentioned, Fetterman is leading Republican opponent Dr. Mehmet Oz, but it is incredibly close, and we know the vote counting could take several days. It is far from over. All eyes are on this PA Senate race. If Fetterman wins, it would give Democrats a pickup in the evenly split Senate. In the final 3 weeks, we know that President Joe Biden campaigned.
And that is murder. And I have jump-started that process by declaring that the Mexican drug cartels are terrorist organizations, and we are going after them. Texans have demanded a more secure border. And what I think is going to happen tonight, when all is done, the new Republican Congress they have promised to do their job to secure the border. We must hold them to their promise. They must reinstate the Remain in Mexico policy and go back to building our border wall. They must reimburse the state of Texas for every penny that we spent doing the federal government's job to secure the border. And they should defund the 87,000 IRS agents that Joe Biden tried to put in place, and use that money to hire 87,000 Border Patrol agents so they can secure our border. Speaking of which, we have tonight with us some members of the National Border Patrol Council. Wherever you guys are, they're over here. Thank you guys for what y'all are doing on the border. We appreciate you guys. But listen, where and if Congress falls short, Texas must continue our unprecedented efforts to secure our border. So listen, tonight, Texans sent a very resounding message. They want to keep Texas the beacon of opportunity that we have provided over the past 8 years. A Texas where working families can flourish. A Texas where students can be prepared and inspired for college or for a career. A Texas that supports our law enforcement officers and our military. A Texas where we safeguard our fundamental freedoms. And a Texas where everybody has a path to prosperity. All of that is possible in Texas. So once again, I want to thank everybody who made tonight possible. Listen, we have quite literally the best campaign staff in the history of the state of Texas. They ran a strong, tough, good campaign, and they're incomparable in the history of our state. At the same time that our campaign staff was working, we had the people who serve in the governor's office working around the clock, serving you, the people of Texas. And so we can both serve the people of Texas and run a solid campaign at the same time and win at doing both. I want to thank all the volunteers, people who did this for the cause, not for the money. People who knocked on doors, people who sent out texts, people who made phone calls, people who got voters out, people who cared, people with passion, like this young woman that I've met. There's not been a single time I haven't been down here without her and her daughter being here. And I even know about her daughter's little boo-boo on her knee that she had that's healing up right now. But she's precious, but all of you all are precious for the way that you put in the time and effort to make sure that we would win. And I want to thank my supporters for record-breaking resources that we needed to make sure that we won this race going away. But most importantly, I want to thank my fellow Texans. I want to thank you for your votes, and I want to thank you for your trust. Just know this: we will go to work every single day to earn that trust, and together we will keep Texas the greatest state in the greatest country in the history of the world. So God bless you all, and God bless our great state of Texas.
Her success, and this was a hard-fought race. She won this election. We came out short of where we wanted to land, but the truth is that we do need to wish her the best of luck, and my team is here. Many of you, thank you for your support over the years. We're going to be fully behind a smooth transition with her so that her team can be set up to serve the people of the 2nd District and continue supporting them. One thing I would say is that I'm so proud of the work that we've done over the course of the last 4 years. We've been able to add to the defense budget over the last few years. The largest increase in access to veterans care that any of us have seen in our lifetime. The work that we've done bringing manufacturing back to the U.S., for standing up to China, and there's so much work left to be done. And I would say
Okay, you've been listening into Congresswoman Elaine Luria conceding her race to her Republican challenger, Jennifer Wiggins. This is in one of Virginia's congressional districts there. Elaine Luria sitting a pretty powerful perch on the House January 6th Select Committee. And we've been seeing her in some of these hearings throughout the summer, throughout the fall. So Republicans picking up one of these House seats there in Virginia. We also want to put up, again, House Congressional District number 7 with Yesli Vega, the Republican, and Abigail Spanberger, the Democrat. Spanberger winning this race there in the House District 7 in Virginia, to which Republicans thought they might have had a pickup opportunity here to get this seat in Republican hands. Democrats keep it in blue hands. In the meantime, we want to move on, talk to some of our reporters in the field right now. First, we want to focus on Pennsylvania and the Senate race there. We want to be joined right now by Fox 29 Philadelphia reporter Kelly Rule. She's live at the Fetterman Watch Party. And Kelly, thanks so much for being with us. What's the energy like? When can we expect Fetterman to take the stage there?
Andrew, I can tell you the crowd just erupted with cheers with the news that Democrat Josh Shapiro will be the next governor of Pennsylvania. A lot of excitement in the room tonight, and they are standing by to wait to see if Democratic Senate candidate John Fetterman will take the stage. We were told by his campaign staff earlier that was expected to happen tonight. We were not given a time. The podium was since taken down off the stage so people could watch the counting, so we're not sure when or if that will happen. But I can tell you Pittsburgh's mayor came out here to speak to the crowd, get the crowd going, reiterating what Fetterman has said repeatedly on the campaign trail, that they want every vote to count. And earlier today, Fetterman's campaign did file a lawsuit to have mail-in ballots counted, even if not signed with a valid date. So that is ongoing. We did see Fetterman's wife, Giselle, show up here tonight. We haven't seen her in at least an hour or so, but we saw her greeting people all over the venue. She was on the second floor by the bar and in front of the stage behind me. The crowd, again, audibly cheers anytime Fetterman's name appears on the screen as those early voting results have started to come in, showing Fetterman leading Republican opponent Dr. Mehmet Oz. But as we know, the vote counting could take several days. It is certainly far from over. All eyes are on this PA Senate race. Fetterman's campaign did say repeatedly today, though, that they do not expect a final vote count tonight.
All right, Kelly, there. It looks like still a long night to go as we await both Fetterman's remarks, Dr. Oz's remarks. And so this is really what many have said. All eyes are on Pennsylvania. A lot could hinge on Pennsylvania. Kelly, just being there in the room for the large majority of the night, what has struck out to you and what will you be keeping your eye on going into the next hour here?
I mean, certainly I feel like the energy was what we expected, and it really hasn't changed even as we've seen this race get closer and closer. But I think this knowledge that it's going to take some time to count these votes, that things will be changing by the minute, will continue to change by the minute overnight, will kind of keep the energy the same. So I am interested to see if Fetterman does come out and speak, and I think a lot of people here are anxious for that as well.
All right, Fox 29's Kelly Rule there, live for us at the Fetterman rally. Kelly, thanks so much. We'll be speaking again.
Thanks, Andrew.
All right, let's keep it moving here. We do have a lot of LiveNOW looks that we're going to get to, especially some of the remarks that we are going to get to. Take a look at this here. This is, I believe, at the election night watch party for Stacey Abrams. We're learning that Stacey Abrams has conceded
Stacey is a kind of person who stands in love. She leads in integrity. She sees everyone with her eyes, and she listens, and she feels with her heart. And when she sees a problem, she has a plan to fix it. That's our Stacey. So I'm proud to be here tonight. And I'm proud of all the work that you all have done, because Stacey is that gift.
So he comes in at 54. If that holds up, that gives Walker up for around 50, possibly. If you can pull it that far.
talk about this amazing thing that we have all done together over the course of the last year. Some of you over the course of the last 5 years. Some of you who have the misfortune of being married to me over the last 15 years. But we're all together here tonight. And I just want to begin by thanking each and every single one of you. You've been so amazing for us, with us, to us, for the duration of this. And I cannot thank you enough. And I want to begin by thanking my family. My mom, Melissa, I hope is still here. Where are you, Mom? She's at the bar. Love you, Mom. You know, some of you know this, some of you don't, but in addition just to being an extraordinary human being and to being my mom and the mom of Aaron and Charlotte, my two wonderful sisters, and the strongest person I know, we learned that my mom had cancer just months ago, and a pretty aggressive form of cancer at that. And the whole time that we've been campaigning together, and she's been pushing us and supporting us and encouraging us, she's been in the fight of her life, literally, and undergoing chemotherapy and treatments in Houston and then coming back to El Paso. But without fail, the unconditional love and support and the push that you give me day in and day out kept me going throughout this. So, Mom, I love you so much. We're all on your campaign now against this cancer. And my sister Charlotte, my sister Erin, Maximo, Patrick, this entire family, Brooks, Christine, Jimmy, Jane, all the family who came in from out of town, love you all so much. For Amy, who, you know, sometimes folks will say, it was so nice of your wife to give you permission to do this. And those of you who know us and know our family, there was no permission sought. There was no permission granted. This was a decision that you and I made together. And we did this because of the other part of our family. Ulysses and Molly and Henry, they continued to be the impetus for this. We know that at some point or other, we will face their judgment for what we do or what we fail to do at a moment of truth like this one. And we wanted to make sure that we could come through. And when they ask us at some point down the road, what were you up to when all these terrible things were going on in Texas, and when we still had a chance to do something about it? We want them to know that we stood to be counted along with so many other extraordinary, wonderful people who are in this room with us tonight. So I want to thank my family. And those of you who've been part of this campaign, you know this. Amy has been out on her own, doing town hall meetings, conducting rallies, doing interviews on media in Spanish and in English as well, block walking every day, converting people who've never voted a day in their lives. She registered someone who was 83 years old last month, who's voting in the first election of her lifetime. So watch out. Next time you see an O'Rourke on the ballot, it might just be Amy O'Rourke, okay? No? I want to thank all of our friends who are here again, who have supported us back from running for sixth grade class president at Mesita Elementary, Chris Cummings and others, and everyone who's been giving us a push along the way and helping out as we've been in the campaign of our lives. I mean, we've put every ounce of effort, every moment of time that we have into this, and you all know that, and you've been there for us, and you've been there for our kids, and you've been there for counsel and guidance, and even, you know, Mike Waters' spiritual direction and connecting me to the higher power in our life. And so to my friends who are here, thank you all for your love and your kindness to me. Love you all so much. Now, let me just say something about this campaign team. So Nick Rathode, who was our campaign manager, who is, where is Nick? Nick, if you could raise your hand. Also at the bar for understandable purposes right now. Nick Rathode came in and had the courage to take on something that, most people said by the odds is going to be absolutely impossible. But just like Amy and me, he's thinking about his kids in his home, how he's going to answer them, how he must come through for them at this moment of truth. And he took the reins of this campaign, brought together a truly extraordinary team that ran an amazing effort in this race. I was just always struck by the professionalism and the effectiveness and the efficiency, where we had to make a virtue of a necessity, given how much more money the other guys had, how much more advantages were held on the other side, how tilted the balance is on this field on which we play right now. And he brought the best of the best together. Too many to name, but in every department, every activity that we had to undertake, I feel so good about the folks who stepped up and answered the call under his direction. And in the truck I was traveling in, and I've been on the road literally, we got in the truck here in El Paso on November 15th, 2021. And we basically stayed on the road, with some exceptions back here in El Paso, every day since then. And in that truck, we had Chris Evans and John Grote, also known as the Hotties, in the back, for those of you who follow them on social media. And in the co-pilot seat was Cynthia Cano, who has just an extraordinary person. Every one of those events that we have held across the state with this amazing events team, and there's, again, too many people to name and to count, but we went to where literally nobody else ever goes. We went to the places that everyone goes. We literally went everywhere. And Cynthia and this team set those up, connected us with those people, kept us on time, kept us alive, kept us on the road, got us here to this point. And so, you spend a year with a bunch of people inside the cabin of a truck. And, if you don't kill each other first, you develop a deep love and friendship and gratitude for those who are with you every step of the journey, every mile of the way. So to the team in the truck, I just want to say thank you to Chris, John, Cynthia, and then all of you, and every volunteer, every person who signed up for a shift to knock on doors, to make phone calls, to write letters. You all were part of the most amazing effort that I have ever been a part of, at least in my 50 years on this planet, and the most amazing effort I've ever seen in the state of Texas. And we've been part of some amazing efforts before, but this one really takes the cake. And you think about where we all were when we all made the decision to do this together. I mean, just the odds that we faced, for starters. And the fact that the party in power has been in power not for years or cycles, but for decades so far.
and that persistence that I decided again to run for governor. Look, I got into this race for one reason and one reason only, to fight. And not just any fight, a fight to save Georgia. A fight on behalf of our children and generations to come. A fight on behalf of our people, whether they know it or not. A fight for basic human rights that we should take for granted, but we have to struggle to hold on to. And a fight for the values that we hold dear and we may never sacrifice. I got into this for a fight for what we know to be true deep down in our bones, that the state of Georgia, the people of Georgia, deserve more. Over the last year, in big cities and small towns, in living rooms, in classrooms across the state, I have met thousands of people face to face. It feels like 2.3 million. And here's what I know for sure. We come from different backgrounds, different religions, speak different languages. We have different dreams, and we feel passionate about different issues in very different ways. But despite our differences, despite what people will tell us separates us, for the most part, we want the same things. We want to live in a Georgia that works for everyone. A Georgia where every person has a voice in our democracy and doesn't have to show up early to make it so. Because voting is a fundamental right, not a privilege for the wealthy few. A Georgia where we can all breathe clean air and drink clean water because we decided to use our power to fix our climate and save our planet, not drill down to take titanium out and spoil what we have in the state of Georgia. A Georgia where hope lives in the heart of every child, but it sits there, rests there along with opportunity because we invested in quality public education, a pathway to a life full of dignity, and no shooters in their schools. A Georgia where every person can not only afford to see a doctor, but there's a hospital if they need one. They can get their prescriptions filled because drug companies and insurance companies aren't able to block it, and because we've expanded Medicaid because 500,000 Georgians deserve access to health care in this state. That is why we fight. I am talking about the Georgia of our greatest imagination. And here's what gives me hope. Over the last year across this great state, countless Georgians were ready to come off the sidelines and fight for that Georgia. Standing behind me is one of the most extraordinary women I have ever known. From the moment I got into politics, I have always promised to level with the people of Georgia. And I am here to tell you that what we have architected in this state does not end today. And this woman is one of the reasons why. Lauren Growargo is our champion. She is our friend, and she deserves our praise and our thanks because this is the Georgia she's helping us build. I'm here because my friend Allegra Lawrence Hardy is one of the fiercest attorneys you will ever meet. And she has poured her heart and her soul and her time and her treasure to defending our rights and our democracy, and she will never be demeaned for doing for us what we can't do on our own. Thank you, Allegra Lawrence Hardy. I see in this crowd women and men who have been a part of this journey since I put my name on a ballot in 2006. And while I may not have crossed the finish line, that does not mean we will ever stop running for a better Georgia. We will never stop running for the truth that we know to be true, for the people we know need to see us, for the ones who don't know they deserve to stand, let alone run. And tonight, we must be honest, even though our fight for the governor's mansion may have come up short, I'm pretty tall. And I am here because this is a moment where despite every obstacle, we are still standing strong and standing tall and standing resolute and standing in our values. And we know Georgia deserves more. And whether we do it from the governor's mansion or from the streets, whether we do it from the Capitol or from our communities, we are going to fight for more for the state of Georgia. That is what we're here for. That is our obligation. That is our responsibility. Now, tonight I am doing what is clearly the responsible thing. I am suspending my campaign for governor. I love you too. I may no longer be seeking the office of governor, but I will never stop doing everything in my power to ensure that the people of Georgia have a voice. You see, when I decided to run for governor, there were a lot of decisions I needed to make. But the first choice I made was to put the people at the heart of my campaign. That is why I am proud that over the last year, we have shaken the hands and hugged thousands of people. And y'all know how I feel about hugs. We are a campaign that not only hired canvassers, we hired outreach directors because we knew we couldn't ask for your vote when you were trying to find a death certificate for your family members. That we couldn't ask for your help when you couldn't pay your rent. And so we started a campaign that paid a living wage to every person we employed and that modeled the behavior we want for Georgia. Together, we rejected the doubts of the insiders and the cynics and the naysayers, and we chose to run this race for the people. And we didn't just make our case to Democrats. Because of your support, I've talked with Georgians of all ages, of all backgrounds, from red to blue to purple, and they are all ready for change. And while they may not have chosen change tonight, they had to think about it. Because together we have planted yet another seed in the soil for our democracy.
Those who helped Lucy fill up our diesel fuel can. You remember at the bus stop when Lucy was holding the diesel fuel can, and we told you at those stops all across this state, we got all the money we need. It's just in your pocket. And I appreciate y'all supporting the girls with your contributions, but also just appreciate the strong grassroots supporters that we've had literally from Claxton to Calhoun. And finally, I just want to thank the campaign staff and our official staff for all the wood that they have chopped over the last several months. We love y'all. As you all know, we did not get distracted on this hard-fought campaign. Just like we have stayed focused on putting you first throughout my first term. We woke up every single day talking about how to build a safer, stronger Georgia for you and your family and help your family fight through Joe Biden's 40-year high inflation. And we did that by focusing on common sense solutions to put more of your hard-earned tax dollars back in your pocket, like passing the largest state income tax cut in history, returning returning over $1 billion back to you, the taxpayers, and suspending the gas tax in this state since March. And we are not about to stop there. Come January 2023, we're going to send another $1 billion back to the taxpayers. And we're also going to give you relief on your property taxes as well. But we also focused on how resilient Georgia's economy has been despite the disaster we're seeing in Washington, D.C. and across the country thanks to Joe Biden. But in Georgia, that's right. But in Georgia, we have record low unemployment. The most people ever working in the history of our state. Historic investment in rural Georgia. And the 2 largest job projects in state history were announced just in the last year. But this campaign was also about keeping you and your families safe. And by backing our men and women in law enforcement. Continuing our fight against gangs and human trafficking and standing up to the pro-criminal, anti-law enforcement policies of the far left. And it was also about making sure our kids recover from pandemic learning loss and get the best education they can in a safe, welcoming environment, free from politics or divisive ideologies. As long as I'm your governor, we are going to continue to stand with our educators and put our students and our parents first. And as you all know, we took our campaign to voters who normally don't support Republicans. Because no matter where you live or what neighborhood you are from, hardworking Georgians want their families safe, their streets safe, and they want good paying jobs and a quality education for their children. Our message to voters was about making sure they had the opportunity to achieve the American dream right here in the Peach State, no matter their zip code. Each day of this race, we talked about how Marty, the girls, and I think we live in the best state in the country to live, work, and raise our families. And we all know that my opponent disagreed. But looking at the results tonight, we made sure that Stacey Abrams is not going to be our governor or your next president. The people in this room and hardworking Georgians all across our state know these last 4 years have not been easy. Because of a global pandemic, loved ones were lost, jobs were cut, businesses struggled, and lives were uprooted. Nearly overnight, Americans from all walks of life were made to feel anxious, maybe even frightened for their future, their family's future, and the future of our country. This was an unprecedented challenge we had never faced before. There was no playbook. There was no widely accepted path forward. No silver bullet that could bring back our normal way of life. On top of that, you add in the 2020 election, pandemic politics, and a lot of people that didn't live here or vote here thinking they knew what was best for our state. At one point or another, the national media, Stacey Abrams, the healthcare pundits, far-left activists, liberal donors, presidents, both current and former, they all were attacking Georgia. They opposed our measured approach to protecting both lives and livelihoods. According to the pundits and the so-called experts, if you wanted to keep your barber shop open, you were a threat to public health. If you didn't want a government forcing you or your family to get vaccinated against your will, you were part of the problem. If you wanted to keep your job as a waitress at a local restaurant, they told you that it was too dangerous. If you wanted to go worship in a church, they said no. But you could go gamble in a casino. When parents wanted their kids back in the classroom instead of behind a screen, they listened to the National Teachers Union and the healthcare pundits who said no. But as you know, they didn't stop there. When we expanded days of early voting and made it easier to vote and hard to cheat with Senate Bill 202, Georgia's Election Integrity Act, you remember? They called it Jim Crow 2.0. And Jim Crow with a suit and tie. According to the media, President Biden and their far-left allies, if you support photo ID on absentee ballots, you're a racist. If you wanted access to secure ballot drop boxes and more opportunities to vote early on the weekend, they brought in the Department of Justice. And when you wanted to go to the Major League All-Star Baseball game right here in Atlanta, they put politics ahead of America's pastime and cost our small businesses millions. Y'all, they attacked Georgia, but I'm not sure they realized how hard we would fight back. You see, they didn't know we were not going to be lectured by people who have no idea what it's like to clock into a hard day's work. They came after us, but the truth was on our side. They attacked us because even when times were tough and decisions were hard to make, we did the right thing for hardworking Georgians and their families. We did not waver. We hunkered down. And by God, we kept chopping. And as you know, I didn't listen to the pundits, the so-called experts, the media, or presidents. I listened to you. I listened to you, the hardworking people of this great state, because that's what I was elected to do. There is no doubt the challenges we faced together over the first 3 years of my term prepared Marty and the girls and I for this campaign. Just like I told you on primary night back in May, we were outspent with over 90% of my opponent's money coming from outside the state. Just like in 2018, Stacey Abrams still had the big donors, the magazine covers, and the left-wing media. She had the talk show host, Hollywood celebrities, President Biden, and President Obama. And she even had Oprah again. But they ran into a big problem, folks. Despite all the fanfare, the money, and the fame, they didn't have you. As a construction guy from Athens, who started his first small business with a pickup truck and a shovel, I can't tell you how honored I am to be your governor for the next 4 years. You have honored us beyond measure with your vote, with your support, with your time, and with your resources. Most importantly, though, you have honored us with your prayers, and our whole family is grateful for that. But I will tell you, just like in 2018, this family and I, we are all in together. As you all know, there was a lot of people in high places who thought tonight's victory would never happen. But just like so many times before, you all and Team Kemp proved them wrong. The media, the National Democrats, those billionaire donors, the left-wing activists, Joe Biden, Barack Obama, Oprah, and Stacey Abrams threw everything they had at us for the second time in a row. But you know what we did, y'all? We kept shopping, and tonight, we stopped Stacey and saved Georgia. But let me also make this clear. The media here and around the world watching this race will try to make this victory tonight about a lot of things. They'll say it was about Joe Biden. They'll say it was about Stacey Abrams, Donald Trump, or even Brian Kemp. Because that makes for flashy headlines and generates a lot of website clicks. But here's the truth. This election was about you. It was about you, the people of Georgia. The people who weathered the pandemic and emerged stronger than before. The people who came together and rejected the politics of division and hate. The people who stood up for what was right when everyone was watching. Because that's who we are as a state. Regardless of politics, we want to live in a state where our dreams for ourselves and our families are possible. Where a good paying job when you finish high school or college isn't hundreds of miles away, it's right next door. When an entrepreneur can easily start their own business to provide for themselves and their family. Where you can protect and serve your community wearing a badge and know that your citizens have your back. And your governor and this family has it as well. Where you can retire in a safe neighborhood, worship freely, and watch your kids or your grandkids on Friday nights at the ball field. That's the Georgia I know, and it's one worth fighting for. Tonight, hard-working Georgians from all walks of life spoke with a clear voice. They know which direction they want their state to go, and it is forward. They want this team to keep putting them first, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Across the country tonight, we took the first step in saving America. This election proves that when Republicans stay focused on real-world solutions that put hard-working people first, we can win now, but also in the future, y'all. So I tell you, let's celebrate this historic victory. While knowing there's still plenty of work to do. And I can promise you, this family is going to stay in the fight. Thank y'all so much for your hard work and support. God bless you, and God bless the great state of Georgia. Keep chopping, everybody.
Fields of green turn gold. Watch a marching band play with the harvest moon coming up. And know that 15 minutes of fame must ain't gonna be what makes us or breaks us, but we'll all be watching the TV.
To go back and forth, election after election. You know, you're at 77% of the voting. Susan Watt is hanging on over Lisa Scheller. Lisa Scheller was a good candidate. She was a heroin addict as a teenager. She overcame that, became a
6 seats. Republicans control 183 seats, including 5 pickups. 106 seats remaining. Remember, the magic number there is 218. Neither party has achieved that as of yet. Let's look at some of the seats in the competitive races and the state of play. Remember, at the beginning of the night, we told you there were 82 competitive House races we were keeping an eye on. Republicans need to win 23 of them as of now. They're leading in 26 of them. So right now, they are on track to be able to win control of the House of Representatives, but we're not making that call yet. This is just the status as of right now with the votes as of right now. But right now, leading in 26 competitive seats, they need to win 23.
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. 10 o'clock here in Mountain Time, midnight on the East Coast. The balance of power stands as it is right there. You can see the Senate, Democrats 46, Republicans 45. Republicans need 1 to take the majority. In the House, Democrats 116, Republicans 170. Republicans need 5 to take back the majority. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here on this very busy election night. Remember, before the break, we want to get into some of these remarks from some of the winners, especially some of these gubernatorial candidates. Now, the Associated Press has not called the race in New York, but Governor Kathy Hochul claiming victory, making these remarks to her supporters there. And of course, she was up against Lee Zeldin, the Republican challenger in this hotly contested gubernatorial contest. Let's hear from Governor Hochul as she probably did win now a first full term.
My only sister, Sheila, who had a special way. Sheila has that special way of keeping me humble. I want to thank all of them, but tonight, I want to speak directly to New Yorkers. Tonight, particularly my only sister, Sheila, who had a special way. Sheila has that special way of keeping me humble. I want to thank all of them, but tonight, I want to speak directly to New Yorkers. Tonight, particularly my only sister.
All right, so you heard there. We're going to get some of the full remarks, though, from Hochul. That was just a little snippet. While we do that, let's take a live look at some of these other election night watch parties that we are monitoring right now. This one, the Fetterman Watch Party in Pennsylvania. Also, the Herschel Walker Watch Party in Georgia as well. We're going to keep some of these up. Remember, we want to hear from Governor Kathy Hochul. She gave extensive remarks in this victory speech. We'll have it in just a moment.
Well, you know, at this juncture, there's only so many more votes out, and no one is really that close to 50% just yet. So it does appear to be headed to a runoff.
Yeah. Are you fascinated at the fact that a candidate like Brian Kemp in the governor's race, Brad Raffensperger in the Secretary of State's race were vilified by the former president, and look at where they are now? What do you think that says? What do you think about the electorate here, voting them back into office?
I mean, I think Brian Kemp in his speech, it was vindication for him to say, all these people said this about me, said that about me, and look at me now. You know?
Boy, do we see some emotion from Governor Kemp that's been pent up for 2 years come out tonight. We have never seen him take a shot at President Trump. He did it in his concession speech, talking about present and past attacking him and him being right on the issues. So you can see the catharsis for Kemp, that finally being able to like drop the discipline, drop his guard, and tell us how he really feels about this. He came out fighting in that concession speech. And I think, what does it tell us? It tells us that Georgians have rejected the controversy over 2020 elections, and that those who stood up for the integrity of our elections were rewarded by the middle in Georgia tonight.
I'm interested, Lori, because you've been looking at some of these other races outside of the footprint of the state of Georgia. Do you have any assessment on what you think maybe with the U.S. Senate, who will have the majority after these races are called?
I think the one thing that I'm surprised about in looking at some of these numbers is that they're not in yet. You know, I mean, we're after midnight and we still know that these races are too close to call. So I think it just says a lot about maybe where we are in America right now, as we are down the middle, and that's why that these races are so close.
Yeah. I think we got some new numbers coming in on the U.S. Senate race between Herschel Walker and Raphael Warnock. We're at this point fewer than 1,000 votes. Wow. I mean, these look exactly like the numbers from the polls that we have been talking about these last several days. 49% to 49%. I know Herschel Walker in his victory speech sounded almost like a pseudo victory speech, but at this point, really, it's not. It's too close to call at this point.
But let me say this. I think that to pick up on something that Brian and Lori talked about is that the Republicans did a really good job of keeping Donald Trump out of Georgia, right? I mean, you have not heard from him, you have not seen him. And look, we as Democrats benefited when he was to send out a tweet, or he opened his mouth and said something very mean or derogatory or insulting about his own party and other people. And so the question is, if this goes to a runoff, I still got hope with the numbers that are still out there. Senator Warnock could maybe pull this off tonight. But if it goes to a runoff, the question will be, can the Republicans keep Donald Trump out of Georgia?
Is that the strategy, Brian, you think, to keep the former? Because he's about to potentially say he's running for re-election in 2024.
We will know it by the polling. If the polling says that Donald Trump coming to town to campaign for Herschel Walker is a net negative, he's not going to come. If the polling shows that it's the net positive,
he's not going to come according to who? Him or?
Look, Herschel,
he's going to do what he wants to do.
If there's any candidate in America who has a special relationship with Donald Trump and can tell him no, it is Herschel Walker. They have a 40-year friendship. Herschel calls him Donald, not Mr. President, and Donald Trump answers the phone when Herschel Herschel Walker calls. He's got the ability to do stuff that other candidates that Trump has endorsed doesn't have.
Well, the other thing we got to look at too is, all right, let's say that this race goes to a runoff. Herschel Walker won't have Governor Kemp on the ballot to basically help him get a lot of those voters. And so look, let me just stop talking about Republicans. Democrats, what we got to do is regroup, be ready to go tomorrow morning, and we got to pull together a winning coalition. And I think that Senator Warnock, because he ran a very moderate campaign, he really made a concerted effort to appeal to the middle, Democrats and Republicans. And so what we've got to do is come together tomorrow morning, and I think you'll see Senator Warnock be a little bit more specific, a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more on the attack with Herschel Walker. And then I think this time, when these two gentlemen debate again, the expectations will be high for both of them, and Herschel Walker will not be able to benefit for lowering the expectations and just get a trophy for really showing up.
I think also, though, if this does head into a runoff, you also will not have former President Trump telling voters to stay home because their vote doesn't count. And that will be a really big deal. There were about 39,000 voters the last time around that put Senator Ossoff and Warnock into office, staying home. And that won't happen. So I think that could help Walker.
And look, I think we also probably need to go ahead and look at calling the other races. I don't know that there's really enough out to bring the other Republicans who are at the 52% mark down below 50. So you got to think Chris Carr has been reelected. Burt Jones has been elected as lieutenant governor.
Yeah, and Brad Raffensperger, Secretary of State as well.
Brad Raffensperger, of course, with a big win tonight.
Yeah. All right, wow, so much more to digest as we look at these numbers and wait until the final call on whether this in fact does go to a runoff. We'll be back right after this break.
You were just listening in there to our Fox 5 Atlanta coverage, a very big race there in the Georgia Senate. They were covering here, as you can see, they were covering very local perspectives there. So we appreciate their continued coverage here as we continue just past midnight here on the East Coast on this election night, now election morning in 2022. Of course, we're hearing from all these different views from around the country, including out in Atlanta, Georgia, as Warnock there. We've seen him speak. We're also waiting for different people to step up to the podium, including out of Pennsylvania here. On Live and Now from Fox, John Fetterman. We also already heard from Dr. Mehmet Oz there in Pennsylvania. But we want to stay in the Northeast as Kathy Hochul in New York spoke just a little bit ago in front of a very ruckus crowd. Let's listen in to some of her remarks here on Live Now from Fox in full as she gives this victory speech. We haven't heard from Lee Zeldin yet, but let's listen in to Kathy Hochul as she will earn her first full term there as governor.
Governor Antonio Delgado. He's incredible. And our state party chairman, Jay Jacobs, for all he's done for us. And also my running mates on the ticket this year, our majority leader, Chuck Schumer, Attorney General Tish James, you heard from her, Comptroller Tom DiNapoli, our entire congressional delegation, and Speaker Carl Heastie and Majority Leader Andrea Stewart-Cousins. They thank them so much. I also have an incredible, extraordinary team of public servants who are working with me, led by Karen Persicilli-Keogh and Stacy Lynch. Thank them. My campaign team, they're incredible, led by Brian Lensmeyer, Adam Sullivan, and thousands of people across the state who knocked on doors and made the calls. And let me give a little special shout out to organized labor for all you did for me. Thank you for bringing it home. Labor, you helped us bring it home. But to all of you, I also have to acknowledge the people who've been through so much, and that's my family. First of all, New York's first elected first gentleman of the state, my husband, Bill Hochul. His love for 38 years has lifted me up, and I'm so grateful to him and our children, Will and Katie, and their spouses, Christine and Matt. They've endured years and years of my absences with understanding and love. To my father and my late mother, who inspired me to go on a path of public service. And to my siblings, my 5 siblings, and particularly my only sister, Sheila, who had a special way. Sheila has that special way of keeping me humble. I want to thank all of them, but tonight, I want to speak directly to New Yorkers. Tonight, you made your voices heard loud and clear. And you made me the first woman ever elected to be the governor of the state of New York. But I'm not here to make history. I'm here to make a difference. And because of all of you, we'll keep making progress, breaking down barriers, breaking glass ceilings, helping New Yorkers achieve the greatness that it is capable of. And I will lead with strength and compassion, not with fear and anger. And together, we'll put our values to work to lift up all and leave no one behind. And we'll build a state where families can afford to raise their children. We'll create good-paying jobs from Long Island to the city, the Hudson Valley, the North Country, all the way to Buffalo and the Southern Tier. We'll do all that, creating good-paying jobs, but also give everyone what they deserve, safe, affordable housing, because that's one of their rights. And to make sure that all of our kids will succeed in school and achieve their full potential and live in communities without fear, to have the safety to walk the streets and take our subways without illegal guns on our streets. And this will become a place where fundamental rights are protected and women can make their own decisions about their bodies. Because this is New York. New Yorkers, I will never take for granted the trust you placed in me. And I'll tell you this, the road here from Buffalo was not always easy. Let's hear from Buffalo. My parents started out married life in a trailer park, but they rose up through hard work and education and lifted themselves out of their circumstances. And they raised me in a strong social justice Catholic family where I was taught to fight for others. And it sparked my passion for public service. And that's why as a young mom, I ran for office, eventually being elected to every single level there is, local, county, state, federal, and now I've had the honor of a lifetime becoming the first woman to lead this state. And I have felt, thank you, I have felt the weight. I have felt the weight on my shoulders to make sure that every little girl and all the women of the state who've had to bang up against glass ceilings everywhere they turn to know that a woman could be elected in her own right and successfully govern a state as rough and tumble as New York. And yes, the glass ceiling, like the one that's above us here today, has finally been shattered in the state of New York, and you made it happen. In closing, I know it's been a long night, I feel the energy, I feel the love, but I know you all want to go out and celebrate as well. We'll get there, but it's in closing. The lessons of tonight's victory are that given the choice, New Yorkers refuse to go backwards on our long march toward progress. And we embrace the torch that's been passed to us from all those who fought the good fight years before we came here. And in so doing, we commit that we'll make that torch glow even brighter before we pass it on to the next generation. We've achieved so much in just 1 year. Now I ask all of New Yorkers to join me as we act with boldness and urgency and accomplish even more for the next 4 years. And I believe with every fiber in my body that our best days do lie ahead, that will capture the essence of New York exceptionalism and continue to work hard to better the lives of all. Tonight, you put your faith in me, and I will never let you down. Never let you down, New York. Thank you for your love and your support. Together, we're moving upward, onward and upward. And may God bless all of you, the great state of New York and the United States of America. Thank you, New York. I love you.
You were just listening in there to Kathy Hochul in New York giving that speech here on election night. And of course, here is what we're looking at numbers-wise in terms of that midterm election race and that New York governor race. Kathy Hochul leading 54% to 46%, some 400,000 votes leading right now. So far, though, Lee Zeldin did speak, and he spoke for about 7 minutes, did not concede, though, to Governor Hochul. Instead, he said there's still over 1.4 million Election Day votes that need to be counted. He certainly believes he will continue to close that gap. That's a race we're continuing to watch here on Live Now from Fox into the night as it's past midnight into early Wednesday morning in New York, as we will likely hear some results over the next couple days in a lot of races in terms of midterms. I want to shift gears, though, now as we continue to focus on other races, including out of Arizona. And there's a big race in terms of the governor race in Arizona. And right now, these are the numbers we're looking at here on Live Now from Fox. Katie Hobbs with a big lead, and thanks in large part to the votes in Maricopa County right now, 57% to 43% for Kari Lake, the GOP nominee there. Katie Hobbs on the Democratic side. We just heard from the Republican Party and Kari Lake just a little bit ago from the Phoenix area. Let's dive right back into her remarks, her quick remarks, before we get into other races from around the country next.
How many of you remember a couple months ago, August 2nd, the primary election? Wasn't that long ago. We came out and they said, oh, wow, they're 10 points down. The fake news was asking us to concede. And we kept climbing. We turned 15 points around and we won by 5 points. I just want you to know it's early. It's very early, and if we have to take this fight through, we will. If it takes hours or days, we will. But the great news is every single drop of election ballots that have come in the last 3 drops have shown us up 85%, 87%, 81%. I just want the propagandists back there to know, don't embarrass yourselves. Don't embarrass yourselves. Don't do it again. You've done it too many times. But what I want you to know is that the same movement we had last night at that rally in Prescott, the same movement we had at that rally in Scottsdale, the same movement we had at the rallies we've had before with record people is the same movement we have right this second. Nothing has changed. And I want you to know we are going to monitor the ballots. We got to work in the system that we have right now. And as they continue to come in and our numbers go up, up, up like they did last time, when we win, first line of action is to restore honesty to Arizona elections. Now, God did not put us on this fight because it was going to be easy. Not one thing that we've had to go through has been easy. We beat back a billionaire in the establishment, okay? Let's just be frank. We have had everyone come against us, tens of millions of dollars in spending coming against us. Nothing has been easy. When corruption has risen to the level that it's at right now, it takes tough, strong people. Are you tough and strong? Are you willing to continue this fight? Are you willing for incompetency to play itself out and the victory to come at us? I am willing to wait for that, and when we win, and I think it will be within hours, we will declare victory, and we will get to work turning this around. No more incompetency and no more corruption in Arizona elections. Now, I love you. I love you. I kind of feel like it's a Groundhog Day. We had November 3rd, 2020. That was called Incompetency 101. Then we had August 2nd, 2022, Incompetency in Elections 202. And now we're at Incompetency in Elections 303. We need honest elections, and we're going to bring them to you, Arizona. I assure you of that. The system we have right now does not work. We, the people, deserve to know on election night the winner and the loser. And we will bring that kind of election back to Arizona. I assure you of that. I love you too. I'm looking out, guys, I'm looking out here at these beautiful faces of the children. Put your hand up if you're a young one in this audience, if you're a child. This is what it is about. We got involved for our children. And we will not stop fighting until we have every legal vote counted. So we're going to be patient. We're going to be patient, guys. We're going to wait. Right now, I told you the votes that are coming in are going our way, 81, 85, and 87%. And we will take the victory when it comes, and we will turn this around. Thank you, everybody. Let the partying begin. We know this movement is just beginning. I love you, Arizona. I love you, Arizona. I love you. Thank you, Arizona.
You were just listening in there. Carrie Lake giving us some remarks there as we're still waiting on some news out of that race, as it's still a very close race going on there in Arizona as we continue on this election night, election morning. Of course, here's the balance of power there as we continue to follow several key Senate races and House races from around the country that have yet to be called yet. Obviously, some of the most close Senate races you can see there, some 6 races still undecided there in the Senate. So that will be very important as they try to split that there. We're going to continue on here on Live Now from Fox and keep you updated on some of the other numbers from around the country, including out of Pennsylvania. Not the Senate race that we're still waiting on, but here's the governor race there as Josh Shapiro is leading over Doug. There is the continue on. We heard from Josh earlier, Shapiro on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take those comments coming up after this quick 2-minute break here while we take a breath and figure out where we're going next here from around the country on this election night here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Thank you so much for continuing to watch our coverage throughout this evening as the numbers continue to roll in here on Live Now from Fox. I want to take us out to this race as it's the Pennsylvania governor race. Josh Shapiro there taking that lead at 55%, or Doug Mastriano 44%. We heard from Josh earlier tonight, Josh Shapiro there in Pennsylvania. Let's listen into his remarks, as we've heard from a lot of different candidates, both victorious and in concession. Let's listen into these remarks here on Live Now from Fox.
Let me begin by simply saying, thank you, Pennsylvania. I am so humbled to see all of you here tonight, but I'm most blessed to be here tonight with the love of my life since the 9th grade, Pennsylvania's next First Lady, Lori Shapiro. Lori has blessed me with her love, and we have been blessed with 4 amazing children. They are here with us tonight: Sophia, Jonah, Max, and Ruben. They have sacrificed so much to give me this opportunity to serve. And we have a family that has been with us all together, making that sacrifice possible. I'm so grateful to my mom and dad, Judy and Steve. I'm so grateful to Ellie, Saul, and John. And I am so profoundly grateful to my brother and sister, Adam and Rebecca, and their wonderful families. We are all about family, and they have always been there for me. And I love you all so very much. I'm also profoundly grateful to have a partner in this process, a history-making partner in this process, our next Lieutenant Governor, Austin Davis. Austin and Blair have become friends to me and Lori, and they will soon be friends to all Pennsylvanians. And Austin will redefine the role of Lieutenant Governor, mark my words. So for these last 13 months of this campaign, I spent a whole lot of time crisscrossing the Commonwealth, showing up at your hunt clubs, your union halls, having an opportunity to talk to you on your street corners and in front of our schools. And I want you to know I've done a whole lot of listening and a whole lot of learning and a whole lot of growing as a result of those conversations. You've helped me by sharing your hopes and fears, your dreams and your worries. You have helped me become a better man, and you have humbled me along the way. Rural, urban, suburban folks across this Commonwealth who I've had the opportunity to talk with, you know, they basically all want the same thing. They want a real opportunity for good schools, safe communities, and an economy that just gives everybody a shot. No matter how different our Commonwealth looks, no matter how different the terrain is, those are the basic values that every single Pennsylvanian has a right to, and that I'm going to fight to deliver for. Tonight, voters from Gen Z to our seniors, people from all different walks of life, have given me the honor of a lifetime to give me the chance to serve you as Pennsylvania's next governor. What everyone has said through their votes and through their actions, what they've shared with me in those quiet conversations, is a profound love for this Commonwealth, a love of freedom, And they've shown the grit and determination and willingness to work for it every single day. I am so proud to be a Pennsylvanian.
You were just listening in there, Josh Shapiro there in Pennsylvania, and Governor certainly up there by 10 or so points in that race right now as we continue to follow it very, very closely here on Live Now from Fox. The other race in Pennsylvania that I know a lot of people have their eyes on right now is a very, very close one, and that includes John Fetterman with a very slight lead right now in that Senate race in the midterms over Dr. Mehmet Oz. Just a 1-point lead right there. You can see some 40,000 votes separate the two, with 82% reporting. And obviously Pennsylvania, a state that we might have to wait a few days to hear those results as they continue to count those ballots there in Pennsylvania. A very close one that could swing the balance of power as we're continuing to watch that here very closely on Live Now from Fox. We're going to continue on and shift gears to the other side of the country as Washington State has a very couple key races there that we're watching here on Live Now from Fox. I want to bring in one of our commentators here, Brandy Cruz. She's certainly a commentator, a host in Seattle of the Undivided podcast. Brandy, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Obviously, we also already heard from Patty Murray tonight. Give us a little bit of breakdown of what you're watching tonight and in that key race there with Patty Murray taking it.
Well, as you've been talking about, Republicans obviously had some gains nationally, but Republicans in Washington State, I'm sure, aren't too pleased with how things are going tonight. You know, right now, Tiffany Smiley's 14 points behind Patty Murray, who is a 5-term incumbent. Patty Murray got up this evening. She declared victory in that race. She thinks 14 points is enough. I know some networks have called the race as well. Tiffany Smiley also spoke to her reporters just east of Seattle this evening and said that they're not going to give up yet. She thinks that once all the votes are counted, they could turn the tide. But look, I think Tiffany Smiley will make up a little ground. I will say I'm pretty surprised by where the results are now. Polling had put Tiffany Smiley on a steady rise over the last 2 months. And just last week, Real Clear Politics called the race a toss-up. And so Republicans in Washington State, which is a very blue state, thought, oh my gosh, we have a chance at this thing. And so to see after this first drop of ballots, which was about 1.7 million ballots, a little under half of ballots to be counted here, to see Tiffany Smiley so far behind, given the consistency of polling showing her edging on Patty Murray, is a surprise.
And Patty has been in that seat for quite some time. Was maybe that just the fact that she's been there so long maybe showed that Republicans maybe they got a little bit ahead of themselves a little bit in that regard?
Well, I think Republicans in Washington State tend to get ahead of themselves a bit because when they have a good candidate, and I think Tiffany Smiley was a good candidate, she has a remarkable backstory. You know, she worked as a nurse. Her husband was blinded serving our country overseas. And she took on VA reform and worked with Democrats and Republicans in Washington, D.C. to try to achieve it. I mean, that's a remarkable story for a candidate to launch a Senate campaign with. And so I think Republicans just got really excited about the prospect of having someone like Tiffany Smiley, kind of a fighter. And they tend to kind of get in their echo chamber and get a little bit amped up. But, you know, Patty Murray being in the Senate for 30 years, I mean, that can work against her as well, right? And that's what Tiffany Smiley tried to say in this campaign is, hey, it's time for her to go. She's been in this job too long. Washington voters obviously don't think so.
And obviously that is a race we're continuing to watch with those points, like you said, her being up quite a bit. But another race, I want to put up the balance of power right now because there are a couple congressional races in the state of Washington that probably won't get called tonight as we're just approaching midnight there on the West Coast. Tell me a little bit about this one, especially that 8th congressional that we're continuing to watch here with Kim Schreier and Matt Larkin. What are we seeing from that race right now, late after the polls close?
Yeah, you're exactly right. We won't be able to call that race tonight. And I would say it's actually pretty close. I think it could go either way at this point, but Kim Schreier is holding on to her seat as of right now. And Matt Larkin is more conservative than other Republicans who have tried to take that seat. This has been a swing seat since 2018. Kim Schreier won it pretty narrowly both times around because it's a seat that had always belonged to Republicans. And so now you have Matt Larkin who's trying to claim that seat. It's just for your edification, it's a district, a congressional district that sits east of Seattle, in the suburbs of Seattle. But it's really interesting because it spans east and west of Washington. It's split in half by the Cascade Mountains. So you've got kind of this half rural, half suburban district. And so if Republicans can reclaim it, it might be a district they can keep for a long time again, but too close right now, and Kim Schreier is still ahead. The other race that's really interesting is Washington's 3rd congressional district. So as you know, Washington, we had 2 Republican members of Congress who voted to impeach Donald Trump. One of them in the 3rd congressional district, Jamie Herrera Butler, she didn't even make it past the primary. She was primaried by a pro-Trump challenger. His name is Joe Kent. Joe Kent made it past the primary, and tonight, Joe Kent is actually losing in that district to a Democrat, Marie Perez. This has been a red district that obviously Jamie Herrera Butler held on to until she voted to impeach Trump. I think that Joe Kent will make up voting in later counts. So again, that one's too close to call, but right now he is behind.
And both of those races, as we're continuing to look on the AP, about a 10,000 vote difference between those two candidates. So obviously we're still waiting. When can we expect to see something like this called? How long would it take? Into tomorrow, maybe the next day?
Yeah, it's kind of fun for us in Washington to watch the rest of the states sort of get used to this mail-in voting life. We have been living this life for a long time. We've never had races that are called on election night. And so what we'll see is tomorrow afternoon another big drop of ballots. And then I would say in those closer races, probably Thursday, we'll have enough votes counted to be able to call all of our congressional races, including those 2 in the 8th and the 3rd, that could very well help swing the balance of power in one direction or the other in the U.S. House.
Definitely. Thank you so much, Brandy Cruz, for joining us here. Obviously a commentator and host of the Undivided podcast there out of the Seattle area. I appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
My pleasure.
All right. Thank you so much. As we continue on, and I want to put up those numbers once more of this 8th congressional district there in Washington. You see Kim Schreier leading by about 10,000 votes over Matt Larkin. This is a key race that Brandy Cruz was just talking about here on Live Now from Fox as we stretch into the late night hours here on the West Coast. Of course, we heard from Patty Murray earlier tonight here, and I want to take you out to those remarks from her as she continues to take that race. You saw her takes it in the Washington Senate. She is an incumbent sometimes over, so she took that race over Tiffany Smiley. Let's listen into her remarks here on Live Now from Fox.
You all showed up to make sure Washington State had a voice in the Senate that would fight to codify Roe into law and make sure every woman in this country has that right. You showed up to make sure we would protect this democracy for future generations and fight so that every American's voice would be heard in the elections. You showed up to do that. You all showed up so that we could keep building an economy that works for families like every one of yours, not giant corporations and billionaires. You know, I've always said elections need to be about a candidate's ideas and their values and their accomplishments. Do you all think that we should finally let Medicare negotiate lower drug costs? Do you believe that climate change is real and it's time to take action? Do you believe that everyone should be able to count on Social Security? Well, you showed up for that. And let me just say, do you think Mitch McConnell should be the leader of the U.S. Senate? We are going to make sure he is not. You know, the choice really couldn't have been more clear in this election. And Washington, I think you made the right choice. Thank you. I know most of you know my story by now, that I got involved in politics because a legislator in Olympia told me that you're just a mom in tennis shoes and you can't make a difference. I would like you to look at my family behind me. We make a difference. Right? And you all made a difference. You made yourselves heard with your voices and your vote, and we won. And I am ready to go back to the Senate to keep on fighting for our families, the ones like yours and mine. And I want to just say to all of you who don't know, I grew up in a family of 9. This is only about a third of them behind me. To the rest of you that are out there, thank you for being in my heart and being a part of this. And to all of my family behind me, I couldn't be where I am without you. It takes a village, and I got one. Thank you. So I want you to know you can keep on counting on me to do everything I can to keep lowering the cost of prescription drugs and health care and tackle the affordable housing crisis. And by the way, as I was on my way down here, President Biden called me to congratulate me, which I appreciated. But I said, thank you, Joe. And by the way, we now need to get child care done. Thank you. You know, we have a lot of work to do. We need to get our children's learning back on track. We need to invest in mental health care. We need to tackle the substance use crisis. But you all gave me the ability now to go back and take your voices and be your vote and your champion in the United States Senate to get that done. And I want you to know, I so appreciate it. I so appreciate all of you in Washington State for giving me the honor of being your voice and your vote and fighting for you every single day. To my staff, and there are many, many out here today, you worked your hearts out. You worked your hearts out. To all of you who went out and voted or made calls or did just were there, thank you so much. Thank you for being here. And again, to my family, I couldn't be there without all of you. So thank you so much for being here tonight. And I especially want to thank my husband, Rob. Many of you may know that we did an awful lot of GOT events in every corner of the state. Rob was there for every single one of them. So we got our work to do. We need to protect reproductive rights. We need to protect this democracy. We need to take this night and go to work and keep on working for all of you. That's my pledge to all of you. And again, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's keep winning across the country so we can have 52 Democratic senators. That's my goal.
That was Patty Murray there in Washington State, hugging a lot of those members of her family behind her there as she, the incumbent, continues to stay in office as she earns this victory over Tiffany Smiley. We just heard from Brandy Cruz here on Live Now from Fox, and a lot of people thought Tiffany Smiley could make this one a race, but a 14-point victory right now, nearly 1 million votes there in favor of Patty Murray in the Washington Senate. Of course, the balance of power is something we're going to be continuing to watch here on Live Now from Fox, and you can see 47-47 split right now in terms of the Senate. As you can see, those 6 seats still up for grabs. One of those seats is in Nevada, and a race that we're just getting results in as it's on the West Coast in Nevada, and a very heated race there between Catherine Cortez Masto, the Democratic there, and also Adam Laxalt, the Republican. We are just hearing from these really early numbers here on Live Now from Fox, as less than 1% are already reporting, so 0% you see there reporting, so very low number, 60% to 35%, but obviously basically the entire state still to report in Nevada. But this will be a key race we're going to watch throughout this day. Also in the governor race there, and Steve Sisolak down to Joe Lombardo. Again, very, very early numbers in Nevada that we continue on. We are hearing from the Democrats, though, in Nevada right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take us out to Catherine Cortez Masto and Steve Sisolak on Live Now from Fox.
For being here and for standing with us here in Nevada. We are not done yet. Here's one thing I know. Our positive energy got us to where we are today, and we are going to make sure that positive energy continues to flow this week. We are going to get this done. In the meantime, I want everybody, the governor and I both, stay here, celebrate, keep those positive thoughts, positive energy going, and we are going to get this done. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Democrats, for coming out. Governor Steve Sisolak.
Good evening, everyone. All the national pundits call her Senator Catherine Cortez Masto. We just call her CCM. That's it. Good evening, all of you. Thank you so much for joining us here this evening. We all knew this was going to be a close race. We said it at every canvass kickoff that we had. Donna's Garage heard it from us 100 times. All the rallies we had, all the GOTV efforts we had, we said it was going to be close. And it is. We ask you to please, please be patient. We need to make sure that every single vote is counted, because we need every single vote, and we're going to count every single vote. And we believe strongly when the job is done, we're going to win this thing. But right now, at this moment, I want to thank Nevada voters for doing their part. I want to thank each and every one of you for doing your part to help us. Making your voice heard, being a part of our democracy. It's so important, now more than ever before. And thank you for being here tonight, and for doing everything you can to support Democrats in the state of Nevada. And you did it all, from knocking on doors, to phone banking, to donating, to emailing, to texting, all these social platforms that I didn't even know what they were before a couple of months ago. You guys had a presence there and helped us every step of the way. And thank you to our other Democrats that are on the ballot with us tonight. Inspiring leaders like CCM, Senator Catherine Cortez Masto, Representatives Susie Lee, Dina Titus, and Stephen Horsford, who we need to get them all back in Washington, D.C. to hold that Democratic majority in the House. Lieutenant Governor Lisa Cano Burkhead, who has been a stalwart supporter of ours. Attorney General Aaron Ford, who's just been a rock star for us. Future Secretary of State Cisco Aguilar. Treasurer Zach Conine. And future Controller Ellen Spiegel. And our incredibly, incredibly talented Senate and Assembly members who are going to join us in getting this across the finish line tonight and in the future next couple days. As I said, at this moment, our race is certainly too close to call. The counting could go on certainly all night and will stretch into the next few days as the mail-in ballots and the drop-off ballots are counted. And there's a lot of mail left to count, and that's a good thing for us. In fact, ballots that are postmarked today will be counted in the next few days and will help us all achieve victory. So we need to be patient. We need to be patient and make sure that everyone's voice is heard in the next few days. As we've always said, Battle-born state is a battleground state. And we knew this would go down to the wire. But we knew we had you on our side, which is the positive thing that we have in our favor. I truly believe that when we have the final count, when that is finally done, the votes will be on our side, and I'll be going back to Carson City with all my friends to represent all of you. And I know that CCM and our Congress people are going to be going back to Washington, D.C. to represent all of you. Finally, and most importantly, I want to have a special shout out to our election workers who have undergone a tremendous amount of stress, worked an incredible amount of hours, taken a lot of criticism that they were not deserving of, and kept coming to work to make it easier for us to vote and to count all of these ballots, spending hours counting and processing ballots, and thousands of mail ballots in the next few days. Thank you to each and every one of them for helping us in this process. And finally, to all of you here tonight, each and every one of you, if I could shake each and every one of your hands and give you a hug, believe me, I'd be the first one to do it, but I think it would take a little too long for all that to happen. I want you to have a good time, stay here, enjoy yourselves, but we're not going to have final results tonight. It's going to be a couple days, so I encourage you to go home, get some sleep, and let the counting continue tomorrow and Thursday, and we'll be celebrating in the next few days. God bless each and every one of you people. Thank you. Thank you.
That was just Steve Sisolak, and as you heard her called endearingly in Nevada, CCM Catherine Cortez Masto, as they ask people to be patient there as the numbers continue to come in overnight there in Nevada. Of course, we're watching all these races very, very closely. You see hugs there, and that is the scene in the watch party of John Fetterman here, as a lot of people excited about that regard, as this is a live look right now. A lot of key races there as this.
First and foremost, me and Governor Whitmer have to say thank you. Now, we have some personal thank yous we need to say. Certainly, I want to thank my wife, Ellen, my mother and father who've joined us this evening. Thank you, Mama and Dad. And I want to thank every single team member, supporter, servant to the public and the people of the state of Michigan who work so hard every day. And we're so excited about this night. This has been a good night, y'all. All of the work has led to successes everywhere. We have seen all 3 ballot proposals say yes in Michigan. We saw our Attorney General re-elected. We saw our Secretary of State brought back for another 4 years. And even Fox News has called this race for Gretchen Whitmer and Garland Gilchrist. Now, we have respect for the people who do the work in our electoral process. We have respect for the people who are on the first line and the first responders for democracy. And Governor Whitmer and I want to thank them. I want to thank them for the work they're doing right now as we speak to count every vote in every county and every precinct in the state of Michigan. And we want to let them do that work because we respect that work and we respect democracy. That is power to the people because all the people count to us. So we want to thank everybody for sticking with us. Or as I like to say, for standing tall with us. And we're going to let this process play out. We're going to let this process play out. We're going to make sure that every person has their vote counted. And then we're going to have something to say about it. Am I right? But while we are waiting for that process, I think Ben Gresh got something to say about it.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody. Oh, man, thank you, everybody. I am so happy to be here with all of you and my family and my partner in governance and all the phenomenal Michiganders who worked so hard to make sure that our voices were heard, to make sure that we set our state on the course that is focused on the future, that is focused on solving problems, not demonizing others, that is focused on ensuring that Michigan is the place to build your life, to raise your family, and to make a great existence here. We have come a long way, Michigan. We are thrilled at the unexpected high turnout. We are thrilled that the 3 ballot initiatives got passed. And I never thought I'd be so happy about Fox News, but I'm glad they called this election too. As the Lieutenant Governor said, we are waiting for some final numbers, and we do not want to keep you here all night long, but we are feeling damn good about where we are headed. And the prospect of leading this state for 4 more years is something for which we are incredibly grateful and excited about. And regardless of who is in office, we will always work with anyone who actually wants to solve a problem, because there's nothing more important than the people of this state to us. All of the people of this state. And so I thank you for your encouragement, your support. I thank you for being here until the wee hours of the morning. And I don't know if you want to come back for a little press conference in the morning, but we will be ready to talk about what the future of this state is for the next 4 years. I love you all. I love my husband, my girls, and my 3 stepsons. I am so grateful to be here with every single one of you. Have a wonderful rest of the night. Make good choices. That's what I say to my children. And we will continue to serve. We will continue to lead. We will make Michigan a leader, a place where every person is respected and protected under the law, a place where women make their own decisions, a place that protects civil rights and workers' rights, and where there's a path for everyone. Thank you, everybody. I love you.
Michigan all the time. She got the workers out here fixing on the pothole. Had her throw on the bus and I still got those. And she reduced Michigan debt by a couple billion. Gretsch looking out for the people in the children. Put money in the schools. Gretsch did. Made being governor look cool. Gretsch did. Who signed for the clean slate? Gretsch did. Michigan become a clean state. Gretsch did. Who got the funding for the kids? Gretsch did. Who got the roads getting fixed? Gretsch did. Who got a lot of people jobs? Gretsch did. 2020 help us stay alive. Gretsch did.
Senate. Of course, we will watch that here on Live Now from Fox. I want to see if I can find some quick remarks. Here's some quick remarks from earlier tonight from Dr. Mehmet Oz, obviously before any of this news came down. Let's listen in back to Dr. Mehmet Oz as we stick with this Pennsylvania seat that is very, very close. So let's listen in from earlier tonight in Pennsylvania.
And we have a lot more ballots to go. I entered this campaign with Lisa, and we pulled the family into it because we wanted to bring balance to Washington, which is exactly what we're going to do. As a heart surgeon, I spend my life focused on big problems. In my case, broken hearts. And we address them, we repair them, we heal them by uniting people together, not dividing them. It's exactly what we're going to do in Washington, right? That's what we need. I've said to you many times, that, I'm sorry, what's the problem? Oh, are you not able to hear me? Have you heard what I've said so far? Just making sure. I have told you many, many times that I believe in you. Traveled all over the Commonwealth to make that message clear. Tonight, you have told me that you believe in me. And bless you for that. Together, we will heal Pennsylvania and we will heal America. God bless you. God bless you.
This was Dr. Mehmet Oz from earlier tonight here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we are watching here very closely as the John Fetterman watch party currently ongoing there. This is a live picture out there. We're expecting to hear from the Fetterman camp soon enough here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we will take it to you in full as soon as we get it. But we are hearing this from our Fox associate, Jackie Heinrich, Pennsylvania. We have a projection to make in Pennsylvania. Democratic Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman will defeat the Republican and former daytime TV host Mehmet Oz. This is a pickup for the Democrats. Fetterman unseats the retiring Republican Senator Pat Toomey. Of course, that is some big news. And of course, I want to keep our eye on this scene in Pennsylvania, the John Fetterman rally that is continuing to go there on Live Now from Fox. And we want to take it out right one more time as John Fetterman himself is tweeting here. And this is the latest, what we do know. John Fetterman, it's official. I will be the next U.S. Senator from Pennsylvania. We bet on the people of Pennsylvania, and you didn't let us down, and I won't let you down. Thank you. That from John Fetterman himself as we continue to watch this scene here on Live Now from Fox. Certainly a lot of ramifications here in terms of the balance of power and different topics there from around the country. We're waiting to hear from John Fetterman here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, this is a scene in Pennsylvania that we will continue on. But I want to bring in my colleague here from Fox, Andrew Kraft, as we continue to cover this very, very closely. Andrew Kraft, thank you so much for continuing to get this coverage. What do we know about this, and how big of a swing would it be for Democrats if when we do finally officially call for John Fetterman? He already tweeted that out. But what do we know, and how big of a swing would this be for Democrats?
Yeah, of course, Andy, we're going to wait for the Associated Press. A lot of outlets, including the Fox News Decision Desk, has called it for John Fetterman. John Fetterman there tweeting out that he will become the next U.S. Senator from Pennsylvania. You mentioned the balance of power. We have the graphic. So this is really the biggest pickup of the night, at least on the Senate side, and the biggest, momentum shift, if you will. Democrats picking up this seat. So remember, Andy, the seat was in Republican hands for the last 6 years. Outgoing Senator Pat Toomey decided not to seek re-election, and so the seat opened up. Remember, Dr. Oz had a pretty tough primary battle on the Republican side. John Fetterman did as well, not as much. Remember, he beat out Pennsylvania Democrat Connor Lamb. And then, of course, the Oz-Fetterman matchup became solidified after the primary was over. And remember, just a couple of weeks ago, and the viewers will remember because we talked about it a lot, Oz and Fetterman only had one debate performance matchup amongst the two of them. And remember, there was a lot of controversy over John Fetterman's performance at that debate. Remember, just days before the primary back in May, John Fetterman suffered a very, very debilitating, serious stroke to which he is still on the mend. And that's why many Republicans, even some Democrats too, had questioned his physical and mental fitness for office after suffering that stroke. And of course, the Pennsylvania voters were not kind of, teeing up or buying into that controversy, Andy, because they have now elected him to this Senate seat. So remember, we thought that was going to be a really major factor in this. Maybe after that debate performance, some Pennsylvania voters on the fence would have gone to Oz because of that. Remember, there was closed captioning, there was some, stuttering, there was some trailing over his words and the like. So the debate performance was one that was panned really across the board, unfortunately, because he was still recovering from some of those stroke after effects and stroke symptoms. But this kind of goes to show you, Andy, that many of the people in Pennsylvania we have been speaking to in the run-up of this, we're saying essentially, how much do debates matter? How much is this debate going to matter? And clearly to Pennsylvania voters, not much. And they are electing John Fetterman, according to some of these news outlets, including the Fox News Decision Desk, to this Senate seat, a 6-year term there in Pennsylvania. Remember, John Fetterman, he came up through local politics as the mayor of Braddock, Pennsylvania. And then many have styled him as somewhat of a progressive Bernie Sanders style type character and candidate and politician. He doesn't, wear full three-piece suits like many people who, and maybe he will have to because he's going to be on the Senate floor a lot, but we saw him so many times in hoodies, gym shorts, basketball shoes on the campaign trail, even when it was snowing, in Pittsburgh and the like. So we're just waiting for John Fetterman. We have no really good sense of timing about when he's going to step up to the podium there. We showed you Dr. Oz's remarks from a little bit ago as he was just kind of checking in with his supporters. But this is quite something, the balance of the power in the Senate now changing, Fetterman picking up that Democratic seat there. And so this will be really interesting. We'll see if Republicans can either keep any seats, pick up any more seats as we get into the night here.
Definitely, and thank you so much for continuing to cover this, because obviously the balance of power, certainly a big factor in a lot of things. I want to put this back up one more time as we continue to keep our eye on that John Fetterman rally. But you can see the 48th seat there in favor of the Democrats, and we still have several more to come. As you can see now, it's 48 to 48 in our our balance of power, according to Fox News. So a Republican picked up a seat. We're all still looking for Georgia. We're still looking for Nevada. We're still looking for Utah. Different races that we're continuing to watch. But this one was a big factor in determining the balance of power. What else can we say about tonight? Because we obviously didn't think Pennsylvania, or there was a possibility that Pennsylvania wouldn't get called tonight. That was going to be a big factor for us. What can we say about that? Because a lot of people are still waiting to see that Pennsylvania, we didn't know because of their election rules and regulations that we might not see one tonight, but in this case, we might actually do.
Yeah, it is surprising, I think. I think a lot of viewers and voters might have been surprised that we saw this so early in the night. Of course, Pennsylvania, at least historically in the last presidential and the last midterm, 20 and 2018, we didn't see many results the night of, but a lot of outlets, like we've been reporting, have called the race, including the Fox News decision desk. The Associated Press has not done so just yet, but according to those outlets, enough votes are in, enough votes have been counted and tabulated in Fetterman's favor. And so we await for him to take the rally stage to address his supporters on this victory tonight. To your point, though, Andy, we are still waiting for many of these Senate contests, like in Georgia, like in Arizona, and in Nevada as well. Of course, some of these other western states, the ballot drops are coming in as we speak. So hopefully we'll get a little more on that in the next hour. But this is very significant for Pennsylvania, and there was some laws on the books post-COVID, post-pandemic, about ballot counting, ballot processing, giving Pennsylvanians more time, giving ballot tabulators also more time to get those results. So this is, I personally, just having watched this race for so long, did not expect we were going to get results, at least officially tonight, but some of these outlets are calling it for John Fetterman. Let's put up the tweet, too, that Fetterman put out, very declarative, very decisive, saying there essentially he will become the next U.S. Senator from Pennsylvania. Now, Andy, we got to watch out. We got to monitor whether or not Dr. Oz will respond to that, whether or not Dr. Oz will make a phone call to John Fetterman in some type of concession. We heard from Dr. Oz, 2 hours ago. He addressed his supporters there in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, a crucial. John Fetterman, this event in Pittsburgh, that's where he hails from. Braddock, of course, where he was mayor, right outside of Pittsburgh, PA. So this is quite something for Pittsburgh, and so we're going to wait and see whether or not John Fetterman comes out very, very soon here. We have a few Live Now looks as well from across the country we're following, I believe, still in Arizona as well.
Yes, there's the Arizona one. There's Mark Kelly, like you said. Obviously, we're watching. That's still an undecided seat in terms of the Senate. We have not heard it called. Mark Kelly going up against Blake Masters. We want to take you back out to John Fetterman, though. They're, again, live. And obviously, they're also watching some of the TV screens, some of the coverage from around the country. And you can see some excitement. And John Fetterman now walking out on the stage through some cheers. Live on Unfiltered. Let's listen in as he declared himself the victor. Let's see what he has to say on the stage in Pittsburgh.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So I'm so humbled. Thank you so much, really. Thank you. Thank you. Like what is it? It's like 1:30 in the morning and you're still here hanging in? We launched this campaign almost 2 years ago, and we had our slogan. It's on every one of those signs right now. Every county, every vote. Every county, every vote. And that's exactly what happened. We jammed them up. We held the line. I never expected that we were going to turn these red counties blue, but we did what we needed to do, and we had that conversation across every one of those counties. And tonight, that's why I'll be the next U.S. Senator from Pennsylvania. Thanks to all of you. All of you. Thank you. Thank you so much. That made me grateful right now. And I want to thank, of course, all these supporters all across Pennsylvania, all in this room, all across the nation. My brother Greg. Where's Giselle? Where's Giselle? Everyone's favorite, yeah, Giselle. Who 6 months ago, she saved my life. Walking out of a Sheetz bathroom, she recognized what was happening. And also, and my children, Carl, Grace, August, hey. So everyone, and just thank you. And I also want to thank my team as well, the best team. So many names, Brendan, my campaign manager. Rebecca, Bobby, Joe, Jason, everybody, all my team. So many that made that part of it. And also thank all of the supporters. Also, I'm just so proud of the race that we ran. And this campaign has always been about fighting for everyone who's ever been knocked down, that ever got back up. This race is for the future of every community all across Pennsylvania. For every small town or person that ever felt left behind, for every job that was ever been lost, for every factory that was ever closed, for every person that works hard but never ever get ahead. I'm proud of what we ran on. Protecting a woman's right to choose, raising our minimum wage, fighting the union way of life. Healthcare is a fundamental human right. It saved my life, and it should all be there for you when you ever should need it. Standing up to corporate greed, making more things right here in America and right here in Pennsylvania, and standing up for our democracy. 20 years ago, I came to Braddock to start a GED program, and I've spent these last 2 decades fighting for the forgotten communities, because no community deserves to be left behind. No one deserves to be abandoned, and every place matters. And I want to thank all of you amazing supporters, all of you, and all watching and We bet on the people of Pennsylvania, and you didn't let us down. And my promise to all of you is I will never let you down. Thank you, Pennsylvania. Thank you so much.
To go to bed tonight and get some